There you go. It's a good Prime Guys is a great place to get started. If you're trying to get into like the debate scene and like the Twitch and YouTube space, if you're awake like really late at night, it's a great place to get started. Just because, you know, he'll basically take anybody if they show up for like late night debates, and you can kind of test your chops, feel what's going on, and it's just a good place to get noticed in kind of that space. He was having technical issues last week, so I don't think it'll be that bad.
Hello.
What's up? Yo, what the fuck is this start an activity thing on Discord? What is this shit? You know?
I have no idea what you're talking about. We're live on my stream, by the way. Just FYI.
Yeah. I'm always live when I'm in here. It's chill. No, like if you update your Discord, you know, like it's turn on camera, share screen, mute, disconnect. Now there's like a start an activity button.
Yeah, wrong person to ask. I have no idea. I didn't even know that button existed until you told me just now. So.
All right. A lot of help you are, Wick.
I know. I'm not here to help. I'm here to be pretty. That's my purpose on Prime Kai stream. That's why he brings me on. I'm eye candy. What, you said he brought me on for my takes? What are you, stupid? No.
I mean, you know. I mean, with all the strife that Amouranth is going for, somebody has to be there to say nothing of value but be eye candy. I get it.
Amouranth will. My chat's going off on the Amouranth will destroy you. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Dude, my fucking chat's saying the same thing. Oh fuck! It must be a meme I'm unaware of. I don't fucking know.
I don't know very many internet memes. I'm a boomer when it comes to this, but it is what it is. Yeah.
What's so how late do you guys think Prime will be? What are you betting?
What just happened?
8:04. 8:04.
That's a good guess. I'd go with like 8:10. But we'll see. Oh, this song is lame. Wick is a douche canoe of the highest order. Oh fuck. It's such a lame insult.
Hey Wick, I got a question.
What's up, brother?
Would you be down to play Dead by Daylight?
Well, right now I got
Amouranth.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I got a stream right now.
Well, I'm not asking. No, I'm saying like.
Yeah, I'll play sometime, man.
Or there's a Dragon Ball Z version of it called Dragon Ball Z Breakers or some shit like that. I'm looking at it right now. It seems interesting.
Well, I have one of these.
Cool.
Hello.
That was so lame.
That's like the second time it's happened where everyone gets really, really loud, then no one's talking.
Oh yeah?
We just got transported through space and time into this
Oh fuck, Sprouty, because we were both wrong.
Happened. Yeah, we were
He
both
was
wrong.
almost on time.
Okay.
I mean, you're still late, like obviously, but
All right.
but I mean, you were like 1 minute late. Like that's like, that's not even statistically significant.
Did you not expect that of a black person? I'm like, oh man, it's so on time.
It's really just you.
Okay. I'm glad you see me as an individual and appreciate me.
I do. I'm a hardcore individualist.
Yeah. Sorry. And let's get started. Hey, Crystal Clear Art, thank you for the 13 months free sub. Why is my thing frozen? Thanks for the 13-month free sub. Awfully kind of you, buddy.
Crystal Clear Art, you fucking traitor!
Okay. Let's refresh.
How dare they? They only have 3 months in my chat. How dare they, sir?
Crystal clear art. I think I saw her sub to me for like 6 months. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'd have to look.
Person's just throwing around money everywhere. How dare you?
No, throw it more. Throw it more. Come on. Just sprinkle it upon us.
The Shire? Is that what's happening, Scott?
Yeah, I got bags in behind me. I like it because it's beautiful. Number one, right? Number two, it's funny because I'm probably taller than Gandalf. I don't fucking know. And these, so it's just kind of ironic. Number three, it's essentially an anarcho-capitalist society.
Anarchist capital. Yeah, you mean the Shire specifically? Sorry, or did you mean
the Shire? The Shire is essentially it's ANCAP. I mean, you have an anarchist society that meets together with a voluntary form of government like every 100 years or so. They believe in private property rights, and everything that is an issue is handled through arbitration of families. It's basically ANCAP.
But they don't have money, though, right? They don't have money. They trade goods.
Pretty sure they do.
I don't think they do have money.
Look, it's also a fantasy story, which, on brand for ANCAP.
Oh, then that's ANCAP. Then it makes sense.
I mean, don't get mad. It's okay. I'm just saying it's basically ANCAP.
But it's not, right? Like they're bartering.
Who says anything about like money being necessary for ANCAP?
For capitalism, money isn't necessary for capitalism. Like I okay, all right. So
like you could like the only things ANCAPs advocate for is private property rights. That is an extension of ownership of the South and everything being voluntary.
So ANCAPistan, if it's and I love that name. I always love it so much. It makes me smile every time. But if it came to being and they got rid of, right? Like the community came together and got rid of money and like went to a bartering system, that would be
perfectly allowable. So would communes.
But it's. I guess my problem is that like I just don't see that necessarily as capitalism. Capitalism doesn't seem to be possible to me without like the money, right? That the bartering system is like doesn't allow for that accumulation of wealth. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, so first of all, there's a distinction between like your idea of capitalism and anarcho-capitalism, right? Anarcho-capitalism is just kind of a name because it's of the private property rights, not necessarily like your idea of capitalism. It's free market capitalism. You don't need currency for free market capitalism. You just need private property rights.
Okay.
Now, currency is a really much easier way to have a market economy as opposed to barter system. Like barter system's kind of silly. But I mean, in like a small community like the Shire, it's perfectly fine.
Because the Shire is self-sufficient.
I'll take your word for it. Yeah, I'll just take your word for it. So how are you guys doing today? We were waiting for one other person. And then we can get started.
I'm deeming today chest day since we're talking about Bayonetta and Amouranth.
I was gonna call it Labor Day.
It's not leg day. It's not leg day, boys. It's chest day.
All I have to say is there's a massive lack of chest.
Oh, massive
from the
massive
the
another
panelists.
one.
Okay.
It's another word we could use. Massive chest day. So.
No, today's been a weird day. Like I woke up like extra tired, and I had this like kind of dizzy spell. I don't know. I had a COVID test, right? Because I went
Alcohol
to San Diego
helps.
recently. waking up and drinking. Is that what you're advocating for here?
Yes,
Spartacus?
yes.
I get drunk as soon as I wake up. Good to know. Okay, we'll ignore that for a while. But no, I took a COVID test to see if I was okay. Yeah, nothing that. And I realized what it was, right? I'm just tired of bullshit. So today's a no bullshit day. Today I'm not I'm just trying to deal with bullshit.
Wick, as much as it pains me to admit that you are a veteran, along with Sprouticus and I, we all know that there is only one answer to all of these medical issues that you have, and that's drink more water.
Drink water.
Hydrate. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
If you were a
I'm
vet,
so
you would
lost.
get that,
Prime
and that
is
would be
like, I
hilarious.
don't know what's going on here.
I have no idea.
You would not
Yeah,
understand the pain and the torture that has been inflicted upon half-empty canteens and like lack of drinking water. Like
Baby,
you
it's
just don't get it.
Fabian, it's just drink water and ibuprofen. You break your arm, you go to the army medic, and they're just gonna be like, yeah, here's some ibuprofen.
Ibuprofen.
Hope it feels better.
Ibuprofen. No, you have a very serious injury, and for that, we're going to prescribe you 800 milligrams daily of Motrin. All right, like you got a broken bone, it's okay. Just water and Motrin, you'll be all right. Or Tramadol. No one wants to talk about that.
Go talk to your combat lifesaver and have him put a stent on it for the time being.
I hate you right now.
Or if you're Russian, you can try a tampon, right? Apparently that's medical devices nowadays.
What?
Unironically,
in Russia.
Tampon,
Yeah.
not that bad.
Do you see the video, Prime, where Russian soldiers are being asked to bring their mom's tampons to the battlefield to like soak up blood because the Russian army can't afford to give them bandages?
Hey,
Nice.
it soaks up a lot.
Well, the problem is it doesn't have that little blue strip.
Yeah, they could just use Quick Clot.
Oh, wow.
No, they
Okay.
can't afford that.
Nah, Russians probably can't afford Quick Clot. You're right.
Oh man. Just
there.
like up and down disaster we were talking about a little bit on Saturday, and this idea of this idea that like they're quitting their drive, their recruitment drive, conscription drive, and it's getting more and more expensive to prosecute the war, right? Like both directly and like indirectly from the sanctions. It's just this was a terrible idea, like from the start, on the face of it. But yeah, someone else I was talking to, they laid it out, the history of Russia and its incursions, and I guess like once they laid it out like that, I guess I can see why Putin thought this would maybe go better than it did, like especially with what he had been doing in this former Soviet Union previously, and then also taking Crimea, right? Like he had gotten that far, so I guess within his mind is like, why can't I go farther? Right? No one's stopping me. So, but that was a terrible calculation.
Yeah, except the Ukrainians, you didn't think about that.
Well, I mean, like he took it. I mean, he beat the Ukrainians before, right? I remember like when Crimea was taken, and just like the Ukrainian bases were just like taken without a shot. Like the Russians showed up, and they're like,
Russians
remember,
were
like,
already there. They were leasing the base.
This is
no. I mean, like a Ukrainian base, like not that. Yeah, like there was like you could.
Yeah,
there
it was a
footage.
Ukrainian base that Russia was leasing. You're talking about Sevis? It's in Crimea. It's the naval base.
I think no, it wasn't the naval base. It was a different base. Like they showed up and they marched out the troops. Like the commander's like, all right, I'm just gonna give it up, and they left like because they weren't gonna get steamrolled.
Well, they didn't give it up this time.
Oh yeah, certainly not.
History
Sorry,
doesn't repeat itself.
Well, in this situation, like during like 2014, right, with the whole Crimea issue, like Europe and America have backed the Ukrainians in a way that we weren't backing them back then. Like it's a different level of support, right?
Well, you also yes, Ukraine also has a different president, though. I feel like with the different president, it's going to come a whole different attitude.
That's part of it. Sure, there's a lot of variables in play here, but one of the main variables, one of the main reasons that Ukrainians have had success is because we are supplying them with arms, material to combat, right? And their
Material?
bravery, material, their
Material?
bravery,
You're
Yeah.
French.
And may or may not be blowing up.
Let him
pipelines.
say
Who knows?
material. It's not that big of a deal.
look, bullets win wars, HIMARS win wars, technology wins wars, and we're supplying them, and they're using them to great effect, and it's great. Like,
Fairly sure nukes win wars, but
I love that take, and
Nukes
it's
have won
great,
one war.
dog. Like anybody,
nukes are 100% effective.
you
at winning wars.
shouldn't be happy that
Statistically.
like this fucking war is occurring in any way, shape, or form. Like if you want to support the Ukrainian people's right to defend themselves, I get that, but like you're talking about a nuclear power. Like don't be like
what
it's
about-
good.
no, what
Like,
about?
no, it's not good. People
what
are fucking
about my
dying.
take? What about my take makes you think that I am happy that this war is taking place?
All I'm saying is statistically, nuclear weapons have won 100% of the wars they've been used in. So
I've been
statistically
destroyed.
speaking,
Thank you, Sprout.
I want to make. I'm
Bring it
generally
on.
opposed to nukes. Thank you. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a
Please,
fucking
please,
hot
please don't
take.
nuke me. Please don't nuke me. Thank you.
Shouldn't be a hot take to say like we should negotiate peace and resolve this peacefully so we don't have fucking nuclear war. But instead we just have celebration for the Ukrainian people. It's like it's
Look,
fucking
I'm-
stupid.
No.
We
Wait,
can
wait a
negotiate it.
second.
Just don't
No,
give
wait a
away the
second.
fucking horse. Right?
Yeah, like look, when we're talking about
Wait,
like
just call him a Russian
negotiations-
shill and end it.
No, when we talk about peace negotiations, right? Like that cannot come with like giving Russia Ukrainian territory. It just cannot, right? Or otherwise, in a few years, this is going to happen again, right? Maybe a little longer than that, right?
Does it have
But
to?
as soon
you know what?
No,
we
it
should
doesn't
give
have to.
we should
Wait,
give the
you know that for
Ukrainians.
sure, Wick?
Yeah.
We should
All right,
give the
all right,
Ukrainians
George
Russian
Bush. We
territory.
can't let the
But we saw
terrorists
what
win.
happened.
You're saying it like it
But
will
we
be.
saw what happened with Crimea because no one opposed them and they just let it happen. If we secede some of Ukraine, or if Ukraine, first of all, it's not our decision; it's Ukrainians' decisions to make.
You're right. No
Like,
one
they're the
opposed
ones
them.
that should be
Instead, we imposed sanctions that were like 5 times more crippling against the Ukrainian people than it was Russia. Like,
Yeah.
it's
Wick,
a
look at
fucking,
how
it's a
different it is
game
now.
of power playing occurring. Like,
Are we
just,
are we having a pro Russia day on Prime Time panel? Like what is
Oh,
going
there
on?
it is. Yeah,
there
Wick,
it is.
Just pull it out there. Call us our Russian.
It's
there it is.
Putin
There it
Day.
is.
It's
I
not
love,
Test Day, it's
I
Putin
love
Day.
Russia because
God,
I want to
I love
fucking
this.
don't want war
What
and
are you
nuclear war.
No one
Dog.
wants nuclear war. Like look, but we
No
When
one's
you,
fired
when
off
you
a
sit
nuke.
there, when you
No
sit
one's
there
fired
and you
off a
go,
nuke.
bullets win wars and it's good, and you're like championing this
It's good
fucking
that Ukrainians are
weird ass
winning.
fucking this
Yeah,
weird ass fucking
it's good that
like
Ukrainians are winning the war. 100%.
But no one's gonna fire a nuke because
Wait,
Russia knows if they fire a nuke at Ukraine, there's gonna be a nuke coming at them from the United States. And no one's going to fire a nuke because they know as soon as they do, there's a nuke headed their way. No one in
I
their
love-
right fucking
look,
mind is going
look.
to fire a nuke.
Wait, who
Sproticus.
says that?
Sproticus.
That.
First of all, I'm glad.
Lector wants to
I'm
say
gl-
something. Lector,
real
say
quick. I'll be
something.
real quick. Number one, I'm really glad that you believe that Putin is 100% in his right mind. I don't ever want to hear you say that Putin did anything because he's crazy, because you believe that he's a sole rational actor that wouldn't do anything crazy. Number one, I don't know that
He's
I
not
believe
Kim
that, but you do.
Jong-un.
Number two,
It's not Kim Jong
right?
Un.
Number two, I hope your crystal ball is correct, but I don't want to fucking champion supporting war with tax dollars and be like, yay, it's not fucking good. War is bad.
Not all
It's
war
not a
is
fucking
bad.
crazy
Not all
take.
war is bad. That's a stupid take. That's like a 5th grade level take. War
No,
bad.
it is-
War's not
all
always bad.
war is
Sometimes
bad.
war is necessary.
Name a good
Sometimes
war.
war is necessary.
Name a good
World
war.
War II, when we stopped the Germans, that was a necessary war. That was a good war.
That's a
It was good that we
You
ended
could have
that
picked
war.
the Revolutionary War, right? And I still
was
would have
also a
memed
good
on
war.
you for this
There's
stupid ass
tons
idea
of-
that war
There's tons
itself
of
is good.
examples. There are tons of examples where stopping a bad actor through the use of violence is not only acceptable, but is the morally right thing to do.
No,
We
you
look
can
at
say that. You
Revolutionary
can
War.
say that
We can
war
look at
is
World War II.
justified.
We can look
War
at
is
the
not
Ukraine-Russia
good, you
war.
dumbass. Death is not good.
Stopping
Murder is not
a
good.
bad person, good or bad.
It's justified. It's not good to engage in fucking war. There's nothing good about war. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's
you
not
want to
good
say
that
something?
Kyle Rittenhouse
I-
mowed down protesters,
Lac-
but he kind of needed to when he was being attacked.
Lac-
You know?
So
Lector.
I got a lot of thoughts about Ridden Hero, but we'll talk. It's a topic for a different time. But Wick, I don't agree with it because I'm very skeptical of democracy. But I recently heard an argument from a friend of mine who is from Eastern Europe, and he's actually over there right now. And he gave an argument for the Russian side, and I looked into it, and I think I could probably devil's advocate you into agreeing with the Russian side. I think we should have that discussion. I think it's
We should have this discussion because I'm doubting this, right? But
yeah. So I mean, I'll just briefly put it forward. Again, I don't agree with it. I just want to make that very clear. I just want to make that very,
All right,
very
chat,
clear.
get ready to clip. It's gonna be another Lactoid.
Yeah, that's not
Russian,
happening. Not happening. No,
All right.
it's just-
Yeah. So, do you think that? Well, and again, the audience, we're waiting for another member to join in before we get started. Do you think that the people who are, I guess, pro negotiation, that part of that negotiation should be ceding Crimea officially? That that's an acceptable term?
I think Russia should have to cede Moscow to Ukraine.
It's possible.
Thank you.
I won't say if it's
So, I
acceptable
mean,
or not, but it's possible. It's definitely on the table. People who are saying that it's not is it's just.
Do you think
Avoiding-
it's acceptable?
kinda-
It should be acceptable.
I don't know.
though.
Avoiding
that's just
war.
a value judgment. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, avoiding
I'm asking
war.
you to do
I think it
judgment.
should be.
Avoiding, like, you're dealing with nation states, right? So, like, none of these people have autonomy over themselves. They have autonomy to a nation state that is already problematic. So there's no matter who gets it, it's not a moral good. What you're doing is you're saying, what can we do to avoid war? Now, what would I do if I could bring them to, like, what would I prefer, right? Like, what I would prefer is that both the Donbass region and Crimea would be able to have, that you would have a ceasefire and that you would have voting that included all property owners and people that could prove residency up to at least 2012, 2010, to be able to have a vote on whether or not they want their own independence,
So
whether or not
wait.
they want to be a part of Ukraine, whether or not they want to be a part of Russia.
So wait a second. So you're stating that as whatever avoids war, it doesn't matter what property goes where. So using that
It matters.
logic, using that logic, right? Using that logic, given no resistance, it would be better to not go to war, given no resistance, than for Nazi Germany to control the entirety of the world. Given no resistance, that would be the better option than going to war.
I mean, like, that's such a Kathy Newman brain dead retard take about what
I'm
I
asking.
said that no, that's not what I said.
You said it doesn't matter where the land goes as long as there's not war. As long as there's
That's
not
not
more
what I
war.
said.
So that is pretty much exactly what you said.
Pretty much exactly.
Yes.
Just proves you're brain dead because those
So
two
no,
things
you say.
contradict.
So what'd you say? So what?
Something can't be pretty much and exactly.
So what'd you state? What'd you state? Right? Did you state that that Crimea going to either side as long as the war ends is a good move? Is that what you stated?
That's not what I stated. No, I didn't say that
said
it was
doesn't
good.
matter who
I
controls
said
it.
that they're all bad. That it's all bad because the people don't have their own sovereignty. Right? That the highest order that we should be focusing on is avoiding war
it's
with a
because they don't
nuclear
live
power.
in Kapistan. It's all bad. Good. Look, we have to deal with the real world here. Like, we can put Hobbit Shire, right, and Kapistan to the side for a minute and
Who's
deal with,
not
like,
dealing with
fucking reality,
the real
okay?
world? I gave
Fucking
you a real
reality
world
is-
solution.
the
You
fucking
lying
reality
sack of
is
shit.
Avoiding war at all costs is not something you should do. There are lines that cannot be crossed. There are lines worth going to war for. And one of those lines is protecting the sovereignty of your nation against an aggressor, such as Russia aggressing against Ukraine. Ukraine has not only the moral right, but the moral responsibility to prevent
Say,
Russia.
like I said, it's a justified war.
If let's say the Donbass region, let's say they did do a vote there, and it turns out most of them wanted to leave. Wick, would you be in favor of the people there being able to democratically vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia?
No,
Okay, why is that?
because I think that democracy is, while a tool that is good in a lot of cases, like, I couldn't vote, right? I couldn't get my community to vote to leave America, and that would be bad if they let me. We have to take into account how our actions and how our decisions affect those around us and those who are also part of our community, much in the way the Donbass and these other regions are part of the Ukrainian community, right? They have, right, a responsibility not only to their own personal community, but to the larger community in which they reside, and allowing them to just abdicate that responsibility. And this is assuming, right? This is assuming that these regions would even vote this way in the first place. I don't think they would.
Hey, wait.
I think that these.
Have you ever been to Texas?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then how come you don't remember the Alamo? Why are people not allowed to vote and choose by their own will to not be a part of a nation state that they don't want to be in? Technically, those fucking land was Mexico's.
Not everything that has happened in the past in America has been justifiable or good.
So it's unjustifiable. All right.
So back to
here, Texas. Get your ass back to Mexico. Y'all are all fucking Mexicans now.
But
so
it's done. After a certain amount of time, right? After a certain amount of time.
Fuck the will of the people. It's the will of the state. Fucking Texas. You're fucking Mexico now, bitches.
I'm going to give the devil's advocate position because I want to. So
sure, go ahead.
I as part of my education, I looked into. I had a class called international law. One of the questions of international law is what matter, like what are the base level requirements in order for a nation to have a right to sovereignty, a right to separate from a country. And there's a whole list of reasons. And one of those is if the people in that area are oppressed or aren't democratically represented, right? So the international courts took up the case regarding Quebec. And one of the reason why Quebec was not successful was because, people there can vote. In fact, a lot of high-ranking government members there are from Quebec. There's not a lot of evidence there that they're actually oppressed and that they're actually not given a voice, right? Kind of goes down to the fundamental idea of taxation without representation. The justification for America leaving Britain was our votes doesn't count, right? Well, the problem with that is Yakunovich, I'm mispronouncing his name, but according to both domestic constitutional Ukrainian law and international observers, he won legitimately. And he was the one overthrown by Euromaidan. And his voter base was in the East. So all the Eastern voters who voted for him, didn't they have their democratic rights trampled because they voted for the guy who was overthrown, even though he was democratically elected?
It was a coup.
I mean, you can look this up, right? By international observers.
Revolution? Are you talking about the Orange Revolution right now?
I'm talking about whichever
Revolution of Dignity.
Whichever revolution removed Yakunovich, whichever one that was, he was by both Ukrainian standards and international observers democratically elected. Now, I don't care about democracy, so I'm fine with defending Ukraine here. But there's a very strong argument here of, didn't the people in the East kind of, they voted that guy in?
Okay.
So what? Why? So if going back to before about if my vote's not respected, I get to leave, right? Well, their vote wasn't really respected there, was it?
Okay, well, Lactoid, 2 wrongs still make it right.
Yeah, this is the problem.
I really like where you're going though with the international law.
The solution to this isn't jumping out of state, right? If they felt that this was something that they were done dirty, the solution isn't to go onto Russian side. And let's look at these elections that have happened, in Crimea and these Donbass regions. These are not internationally recognized elections for good reason, because they pumped them full of they took the Ukrainians out and put Russian nationals in. They were there with guns, right, in the voting booths.
Those are obviously fake.
None of these are valid elections, right? So any pointing to these regions and saying, oh, they want to actually be with Russia, I don't trust that information at all, right? I just do not. I don't think that there's any accurate information that shows that. So I think it's a very large leap to go with your argumentation style and say, yes, if X, Y, Z are all true, then Russia's justified in this. I don't think X, Y, and Z are true. I just don't.
Okay, so that doesn't really go against Fabian's argument. You're kind of just denying that it is there has any application to reality.
I think that's an important thing.
I don't think Fabian's okay, I would want there to be democratic elections, and even if they're fake and illegitimate, so what? They're still democratic. Okay, I'm fine with it. I'm pretty sure what's baked into his argument is that they are legitimate.
Not
Okay.
me. You're talking
But
to
they're not
Lactoid. I'm a
legitimate.
fucking
But that's the
anarchist.
thing.
Like,
Look,
like-
at the end of the day, I think it's a very important question whether these has any bearing on reality. Hypothetically, okay, we can make these arguments, but when we look at what's actually happening on the ground, we can see that these elections were not legitimate, right? And if we had a way to get a legitimate election, then we could have that discussion. But that's not what they did. What they did was they ran through, they came and they invaded Ukraine and tried to use force to enforce their will on the Ukrainian people. And that is something that has to be opposed, and yes, with force.
Yeah, again, Fabian isn't arguing for that.
Can I ask
Well,
you?
I was arguing with
I don't know
Lactoid.
why,
if
I don't
we-
know why you're bringing it up as if like it disagrees
Here,
with him.
Wick, if we
No,
had
hold on.
if we had a situation real quick.
no, he
Very
just
quickly.
pivoted away from me. He was
La-
talking to Lactoid. It's fine.
Lactoid, yeah. Very quickly.
Yeah. So let's say, even though it wasn't actually a threat to our democracy, but let's say January 6th was, and let's say that they took over and they put Trump in power, and because of this, California tried to leave America. Would you be against California having
Yes,
the right
I would
to
be
leave?
against California having
Okay.
the right to leave America,
enough.
right? Because that's not how you fix that. If that happened, right, the way out isn't by getting out, right? That's not. It's kind of a form of cowardice in a way.
How do you support the idea that wars can be justified based off of an aggressor while simultaneously saying that the will of a people in a region of a country can't secede even when there's a coup against the government? Do you not see the insanely
Do you not see the difference
large
between can
gap
and
of
should?
cognitive distance
Fabian,
that you've
Fabian,
presented
Let me
here?
ask: do you know what the difference is between can and should?
I'm fully aware of
And
can
when I'm
and should
advocating,
difference.
okay, then
That's
sit
a
down,
nice
pay attention
pivot,
A little bit. What
but
I'm
listen
saying
to
is
what I
they
said.
should not, and I do not support them. Can they? Maybe that's the difference.
Okay, all right. So I think this is an interesting question and one that we're gonna
That's
have
such
to
a that's such a pussy ass pivot.
I think this is an interesting question. Okay. And one that we should jump into. We talked about this like a long time ago. But it's the question of succeeding, right? I think we talked about it when Spain, that incident in Spain happened,
Catalonia.
right? Yeah, with Catalonia when they tried to do this. But clearly we got a bunch of people here.
Which time? Lefties don't like to talk about the first time.
I don't know enough about the first time to get upset. Okay. But anyway, so
Exactly.
yeah, I don't know what to talk about. So let's table this and have a full discussion on succession. I'm gonna write it down. It should states or regions be able to succeed. I think it's a super interesting one because the examples you're bringing up, I think are really complex, right? And I don't know how I feel about it, right? But I want to take a hard stance and then just yell at Scott, right, when he takes the opposite.
I'll be taking the stance that the South shall rise again.
Of course you will.
We'll give him a spanking again too. We'll send him home packing, right?
Yeah.
I dare you to
So
find
let's-
one clip on the entire internet where you gave me a spanking. Invite
The
you to
South.
put it
I'm
all
talking-
over my Discord
What
and
are
I
you
won't
talking about?
delete
I
it.
talk about
It's
if
getting
the South
kinky.
rises again, we, the Union, will spank them and send them home. Why does it got to be about you? It had nothing to do with you.
the
That's fair.
fantasies.
That's fair. You said
Okay.
you, but that's fine.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So let's we'll move on. But yeah, that's a really interesting topic. Hopefully we can have that next week. All right. So thanks all for being here. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have at 8 p.m. Eastern on Mondays. We have a fantastic group of individuals here. Very excited to talk to them all. If you're new here, hit the follow button. If you like that pre-game thing that we just did, hit that follow button right now. Make sure to pictures on so I'm going live. But yeah, we're going to introduce these fine individuals. Start with Lactoid, thank you for being back here. Lactoid is feeling festive. Look at him, right? It's like Hawaiian type shirt or something. I don't know. But he's feeling good. He's feeling loose. He's drinking beer, right? And I think the last time you wore a shirt like that, you were also drinking beer. Like I think you were a little drunk the last time you. So we see
not that bad. Not that bad. Okay. It was one or two. I'm a responsible guy, but no, I am wearing Hawaiian shirts today, and generally is because it's getting cold and I'm in denial. So I'm trying not to face the fact that everything sucks and I hate winter. So yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Anti-Communism United, Discord and Twitch. Thank you so much for having me, Prime.
Thank you. Right. A place where winter never happens, right in the Shire, in that magical place that our friend Scott has transported to. Apparently, his fantasy come true. Very happy for him. Congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I really like the Shire, not because it's anarchist, but mostly because even though I'm 6'5", I will still fuck all of your short girlfriends, and that is why I'd like to go to the Shire, just to let you guys know, short kings. That you still don't matter, even if your girl's short. I'm better. Just kidding. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty, anarcho-capitalist duo stream. We got a lot coming up here soon, so it should be fun. Tomorrow, if you didn't enjoy the panel with Blair White and Buck Angel and Tulipar and Shapeshifter and Chloe Cole, because you think there wasn't enough pushback, well, I'm going to be talking to Transition Radio. Tomorrow should be fun. And then Friday, Doobie will also be there. Carrie Smith and Horror Amouranth. We're gonna have like a nice little conversation after a presentation on the Satanic Panic and cults and things, and getting ready for Halloween and talking about the West Memphis situation and et cetera, et cetera. So it should be a lot of fun. So tune in. Appreciate it.
We had a stream on the Satanic Panic a few weeks back, and it was a really good one. We went and keeping it. We had
you could go on for like 10 hours, like between like there's so much there that is batshit insane that you could talk about it forever. And most people don't know that Carrie Smith isn't just obsessed about schools and shit. She actually really likes true crime and things like that. And I'm happy to have Doobie, because Doobie always has knowledge of cults. What with him running one on the politics Discord.
Allegedly.
Well. So everyone, please check out his stuff. All right, check out what he's doing. Sounds really interesting, and he wasn't kidding about your girlfriends. All right, let's go to Wick. Wick, thank you, friend, for being here. I'm always appreciative of you. Wick was at TwitchCon last time, right? A clear betrayal of this channel, but it's okay. You've been forgiven. I'm letting you back in the fold. Wick, thank you for stopping by.
No, thank you for having me, even though I did betray all you stand for by going to TwitchCon and hanging out with people, right? It's weird. Like, in real life, what's going on, right? Like, that was really nice to meet everyone, kind of hang out and see. People were very gracious and helped fund my trip. Like, Chud and Rhizome let me stay at their crib, right? Crash at their place. It was really nice of them. I'm Wick. I run the Death of Certainty show on Twitch, twitch.tv/Death of Certainty. You can come on and get your views challenged, right? And challenge mine too, please. I'd love to hear it. And speaking of satanic cults, right? We welcome you to my particular brand of cultism. So if you want to come on and join the Wick train, that's how you do it. Okay, but thank you for having me here. Really excited to talk about these topics. So let's get
Jesus Christ, this poor kid
view
cannot
human
tell a joke.
Not moderated by Zoom as suspicious. So I keep an eye on you. All right. We'll have our friend Sprouticus, who it was like the 2 weeks that we haven't had you here.
Oof,
but
the cringe.
It's nice to have you, friend. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for coming through. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Just going through personal stuff the past 2 weeks. Even if you asked me, it was probably gonna be a no. But I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be back. Just started streaming again, like about a half a week ago. So I'm glad to be back. Glad to start getting back into the grind. But if you want to come join my cult, look to buy Sproutin' coins. That is literally just me giving, which literally just you giving me your money. and I'll give you like a PNG of a coin, and that's how those coins will work. They're worth nothing, so just so you know, it just gives me money. But yeah, appreciate being here, Prime, and looking forward to the conversation.
All right, absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, and we have our friend Jay Chow. We haven't had here for quite a bit. Chow, thanks for coming through. It's nice to see you again with the same haircut as always. Thank you. How are you, buddy?
I am sad. I'm sad because I recently binged Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and I don't know if anybody else has watched the show. Maybe Fabian likes Night City. I don't know. Maybe there's a lot of like mega corporations going on over there. Maybe that'll be his next background.
No spoilers, please.
Sure, no spoilers.
Thank
fine. It's highly recommended. Great show. I'm sad and depressed. But I'm here because this being on here is definitely going to make me feel better. 100% for sure.
Definitely, right? It's going to renew your faith in humanity. There's no other way around it. But I've only seen like I think an episode of that. It seemed okay. I need to obviously give it more time. I just haven't gone back to it yet. But all right, next and last but not least, we have our friend, our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie, back with us. Thanks for stopping back here, Doobie. Doobie even provided us one of the topics that we'll end up talking about because I'm completely disconnected from social media. Doobie, how are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me on.
All right, let's jump into it. All right. First topic. The original voice actor for the main character of the Bayonetta video game franchise, Helena Taylor, has posted a video on Twitter to explain why she isn't starring in the upcoming third game. She states that despite the incredible amount of work that was asked of her, she was only offered $4,000 for the job. She then asked fans to boycott the game. Do you think anyone is actually at fault here? Is Nintendo/Platinum Games at fault for not offering decent pay for a performance? Is the SAG union at fault for not negotiating better contracts for voice actors? Is Helena at fault for not being able to command a higher price? Or is no one at fault because this business interaction seems fair and trivial? So yeah, this broke out, I guess, over the weekend. Bayonetta, which I only played the first game because I don't have a Nintendo Switch. And it was great. Loved it. Fantastic game. And the great performance in terms of voice acting, fantastic performance. This is like an ongoing story that we're seeing in video games in terms of voice actor pay. And I'm wondering, like, should this be a concern to any of us, right? Like, is this a labor issue that deserves our attention? So we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Ultimately, this is what contracts are about. If I ask around in my city for different plumbers to fix my shower, I will go with the plumber that offers the best price and that provides the best services. Obviously, voice acting is no different. The executive director for the game decided that the value of Taylor's services were worth $4,000, Taylor being the prior voice actor. The executive director didn't have to give Taylor any offer at all. In fact, the only reason that offer came is because Taylor emailed the executive directly while under a non-disclosure agreement and begged for the position. She brought up a whole bunch of personal stuff about how upset she was and not getting any work. And then because of this, she was offered the position for about $4,000. This wasn't enough for her, so she threw a fit. This isn't how the market works. If somebody else is picked over you, it means that you need to improve, because obviously there's a reason why Taylor wasn't picked. I think that she is behaving like a child. I think people are also free to boycott the game if they so choose. I do have a lot of respect for Jennifer Hale, the new voice actor who will now play Bayonetta, who not only respected her non-disclosure agreement that she agreed to, but she also handled the whole situation extremely professionally. You can see her statement. Her statement's also online. Very respectful person. Nothing but kudos to her. Ultimately, if the game is good, you should get it. If it sucks, don't. Just don't force people to hire the worst plumber.
Hey, I didn't see Jennifer Hale's response. Can you give me a TLDR on that one?
Yeah, she basically wrote like a statement saying like how much she appreciated Taylor's work on the game, how like her being here has nothing to do with her. Like I don't mean to denigrate her work at all. I can't talk about too much about like my work on this, but I really hope you guys like the game. That was essentially what her statement was. Very professional. She didn't demean anybody.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, let's go to Scott.
Yeah, Jennifer Hale's a beast. So I want to start this off with a brief introduction to economics, because I have a sneaking suspicion that none one here gets it except for maybe Lactoid. So there's this thing called supply and demand, right? You guys got supply and demand equation, right? Now there's this other thing called profit. And what profit is this scary word to leftists. But what it really means is two things. It is the reward that the capitalist gets for investing money now for a product later, because people want something now more than they want the exact same thing later. This is known as universal time preference. And so it is the capitalist's job to give investment of resources for that. The other thing that they are rewarded for in the profit model is allocation of resources, which is to say the person that is smart enough to put money towards certain investments and able to guess what future needs and what the market may need in the future is the person that is rewarded with more profit. Now, economists that are very lefty or, MMTers and things like that, they like to talk about this thing known as marginal social utility, marginal social cost. And this is going to be really important to what we're talking about, because this is a presumed market failure, which is a failure of the free market to be able to take into effect the full supply and demand equation. For example, pollution is a marginal social cost. You buy a product, but that product has pollution in it, but it's not really part of the supply and demand equation. What this actually is a failure of government to properly allow the market to be able to regulate and sue these companies, and they're afforded certain protections. Marginal social utility and cost, however, does have some functionality to this conversation. So why did I do all that? The reason I explained all of this is because you as the consumer, you set the demand. Whether or not you choose to buy a product is based purely on the subjective definition that you have for price. What is the price of this game? If you're fully invested in a boycott, it could be a cent and you still wouldn't buy it. And so the proper allocation of resources for some companies is to recognize that if you pay people shit and you give them insulting offers, that people might decide not to buy your fucking product. And so it's perfectly capitalist and it's perfectly good and it's perfectly right and reasonable to say that Helena was fucked over in this interaction and I don't want to buy this game. And that is the market at work. Now, she was given an insulting offer for what is probably around 2 months of work for her. That being said, it's also probable, and something that people aren't talking about, that they just wanted Jennifer Hale. And the only reason they gave her any offer was so that she could say no to the offer. Now, the one crime that Nintendo did commit here, as far as I'm concerned, is fraud. They lied about their game and the process of their game while she was under a non-disclosure agreement to say that it was scheduling conflicts and that she was too busy. When in fact, the reason she couldn't take it is because the money that was offered to her wasn't enough for her to pay her fucking bills, much less actually make any good money. And I think that this is a form of a form of fraud, because people purchased this game knowing that Jennifer Hale would be a voice actress, amazing voice actress, the voice of Mass Effect, female Shepard, in case you're wondering who that is, and 1,000 other things. Now, they bought this game thinking that there were no issues, while the company was lying to the consumer about what occurred in the development of their game. And I think that you ought to be able to refund, and they ought to face some punishment for the fraud that they committed in that regard. And I think if you want to boycott this game because you think they treated Helena like shit, you should. And that's purely capitalist. So that is my argument.
That's interesting. I didn't expect that answer from you. But thank you so much, Scott. Let's go to Wick.
Okay, wake up, everyone. Okay, the lecture's over. Can't get up, stretch, get some blood flowing again. I know you had a nice nap there for about 5 minutes. So pretty simple take, right? Lactoid and Fabian have it right in this case. If you want to boycott the game because you think they treated the person poorly, you should. But it's their every right to give the offer that they want to give, what they think is the value of the voice actor. And it is an insulting offer. Let's be clear. Like I was looking up the voice actors union. It's a guild, right? Like that they have in video game industry and other industries, and they have a pay scale, right? That I was looking at. Yeah, $4,000 for the amount of work they want to do. Super. Oh, I don't know what that was, but super insulting. Okay. But at the end of the day, right? That is their prerogative. And if you think that you want this to change, don't buy their product. That's really it.
Thank you so much. Sprouticus, please.
All right. You are what you're worth. If you think that you're worth more money than your current job is paying you for, you look at the job market and see if someone will pay you more. You are what you're worth, and this goes in the private world as much as it goes on in the video game world. So if this company, Nintendo, did not want to offer her more than that amount of money, and it seems like she wasn't that good enough of a voice actor to be able to demand more. And so with as good as you are, the more money you're going to be able to demand, because the company's going to see like, yeah, if we spend the extra money on this person, we're going to get this better product. And that's the way it works across many different categories of work, not just including voice acting. Now, do I think you should be able to boycott the game because they gave her a $4,000 offer, which she declined? Do what you want seems petty to me. If the game's bad, boycott the game because the game's bad. It seems petty to me because they decided that she wasn't worth as much as they were paying her. And so when it comes down to it, she couldn't demand more because she just wasn't that good of a voice actor. And they found a better voice actor for the price and decided to go with them.
Okay. Jay Chow?
Yeah, so I haven't really been following this issue. And
You're on a debate
I'm
panel.
just gonna speak
You should research
of a gamer or even just like an avid anime watcher, which is that I really appreciate companies sticking with consistency, sticking with the same voice actors for the same characters across a series of games or across episodes of anime. It becomes like pretty shocking to me when voice actors are just voicing of like the same character, but like maybe it's because of different seasons or it's a different iteration of the game. Usually that only happens when like a voice actor or actress dies, and like at that point you kind of just like, yeah, okay. I have no idea like what is the quality of this particular voice actress, and like whether or not, and I don't think anybody here knows why she was like not given the role or why she was given that low of a rate, but given with what we actually do know, I think maybe like Blackdoy has it right on the money. This is how it works for the contracts. At some point, all parties have to agree, and if they don't, then they all go their separate ways, and we find new options. We find new products. We find new services. We find a new plumber. The only problem from like a labor perspective is that like this may lead to a race to the bottom, where all of a sudden it's the people who are like, these voice actors and actresses may be competing with each other so much that they are dooming their own rates, and that's why we have unions. And it sounds like the union wasn't able to argue for a rate, and that was desirable for her. It kind of sounds like no one really is at fault here. Is there a solution to this? It sounds like the consensus here is that no, there isn't. Because there's no problem.
DB, please.
I think that this Helena Taylor person is being a salty bitch. I think that if you just like compare the work that Jennifer Hale has been doing for like every fucking year, going back decades in the video game industry and other industries, but especially in the video game industry, to what Helena Taylor has done, which is voice Bayonetta a few times. The last time she did this was like 10 years ago, or almost 10 years ago in Super Smash Brothers. Like, doesn't seem like she's putting a whole lot of effort into her career. So expecting this to be handed to her when they make it like a sequel or third game or whatever it is I think really fucking stupid and entitled and selfish. Right? If she's not keeping up with her work, she's not making herself known in the industry, getting her name out there, she can't expect them to be falling over themselves to hire her. Like, that's just, she fucked up.
Okay, so I'll take the other side. Which is convenient because it's what I feel. Yeah, this is terrible. This is horrible. That as in other parts of the entertainment industry, actors and other talent, right, and people behind the scenes, right, they get benefits and they get themselves heard, right, and we recognize in those other areas that these people's work is valuable, right, and so they're paid a commensurate rate. What's happening with the SAG union, which is apparently in charge of this particular area as well, right? What's happening there is that they've just ignored this sector. They've been criticized constantly over it, but they just kind of ignored this sector, and so they haven't been, backing up the workers here, the labor. To say that, oh well, yeah, sure, they can offer $4,000. Well, it's amazing that you say this, Wick. I think would you say this in other areas, right? For people, like if McDonald's offered a person $3 an hour, right? That's okay, right? That not enough to even live on. Should that also be allowed? I think that this is simply an area in which labor has not had self-organized. When you have areas where they're not organized, abuses happen. This is one of those abuses. Let's not pretend. I disagree with DB talking about like, oh yeah, well she didn't have her name known in the industry. That's literally never how it works, right? It's not how it works. It's that continuity that I guess Jay Chow was talking about, right? In which like you had a previous voice actor, and assuming there's nothing that's gone wrong with them terribly, right? Assuming there's no external reason, you bring them back, right? Like just for continuity of the game, like continuity of how the way you make the character look, you make the voice the same, unless there's a really good reason as to why not. And her not having enough work outside of this particular franchise, like that is not a good reason. Let's not pretend that this is why that happened. So I think that Jennifer Hale, I also don't respect this fucking NDA. Fuck you guys in this NDA shit. Oh no, she didn't respect the NDA. Who gives a shit, right? When companies are being abusive, that's what they use. They use these NDAs to silence their workers, right? So fuck Nintendo, fuck Platinum, fuck their NDA. I'm glad that she broke the NDA because it requires people to stand up, or else they lie about what happened, right? Which is what they did. They fraud. I'll use a word that Scott used, right? They committed fraud on the public and said, oh yeah, scheduling conflict. I guess that's why, right? This is what they do to shut people down. So I'm glad she broke that. And hopefully this will be spark some sort of movement within the industry to organize for their rights, for their pay. All right. Now, please give me all your long opinions.
Okay, yeah. So,
can I ask you a question? Just real quick.
Hold on. I called out Wick, so let me give Wick first.
Go ahead.
I don't think this is comparable to a company offering someone something below minimum wage, like McDonald's offering $3 an hour. I don't think, as I understand it, and again, I'm not a voice actor, I'm not super familiar with the industry, but the amount of work they were expecting her is 2 months' work, right? $4,000 for 2 months' work isn't minimum wage. That's what some people just make. That's not even below the poverty line, if I'm correct, right? Like we're not like comparing apples to oranges when we're comparing paying someone $3 an hour to her getting $4,000 an hour. Now, yes, that is a lowball offer in this industry. I think it's absolutely the bare minimum if I'm reading these pay tables correct, right? But at the same time, if she's not able to get work in other ways, maybe there's a reason people aren't hiring her. Maybe it's because she's bad at her job.
Wild speculation. No, wild speculation there. It might be. Maybe she's bad at her job, or maybe it's other stuff we have no evidence of.
What is your advocacy here? That companies should be forced to hire people at a certain rate that they don't want to hire?
Yeah, actually, you do. Hold on. Yeah, because I think we should have a thing called a minimum wage. Yeah, because companies otherwise would pay below that minimum wage. They're being forced.
No, that's fair.
Okay,
but
great.
This isn't minimum wage shit. This is about $12 an hour.
I didn't say that it. I didn't say that
It's
it
more
was
than
necessarily
that.
minimum wage. I'm saying that within the context of giving an unfair an unfair rate, right? That doesn't actually value the talent. Saying that they've assessed that it's $4,000. Yeah, well, companies would assess, right, that a lot of the work that people do here,
Prime.
right, hold on, excuse me. They would assess that a lot of the work that people do here is a lot lower if they thought they could get away with it, right?
Who should be assessing the value here, though? Like, if the government stepped
they
in,
are
if
not
government stepped in and
they
said,
are not assessing the value. Let's get it straight, right? Voice actors are incredible talent, right? That add a lot of value to these games. Right? The video that I showed you, or I sent out, with.
But that's why they got one of the most prolific voice actors in the industry.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. That's a different argument, and I'd like to have that discussion. So I'll go back to that. But that's a separate thing. But like for Grand Theft Auto, right? Grand Theft Auto 5. It wasn't simply that you had characters who were blank and mute, right? Who were you got text on the screen, and that's a thing that pulled people in. Well, pulled people into that story was. Part of it certainly was the voice actors, was them bringing those characters to life. And in other works, in other acting jobs, you get paid a lot more, and you get royalties.
Then maybe she should go to the other job. Maybe if she thinks
Can I
she's worth
just
that
ask
much,
this question?
go elsewhere.
Nice try, the movie. It's
Spartacus, that's not
basically
how
just move
voice
argument.
acting works. You
Whatever.
do realize that you have to have multiple gigs in order to be a voice actor.
Yeah,
right?
look,
You can
like,
apply.
like,
You
already
can
is
apply to
more
go
than
somewhere
you're
else.
making.
You can do
Yes.
auditions to become a voice actor in a different series.
if it came out, if it came, no, I would ask.
just
I
get
would
another
ask
job,
that
right?
directly.
In order
I would
to
ask
pay
that
the bills, she
directly,
has
I
to
need
do
the answer to this.
multiple.
I need.
Yeah,
Why
I
do
know
you not
because
get
that
that?
is the rate. Obviously, yes, she does have to do multiple because that is the paltry rate that voice actors are being paid because their industry is not properly organized. Excuse me, because they are under SAG, but apparently SAG is not fulfilling their obligation to actually advocate for the workers. So there's that. But like, yes. And you could say that you could say that about like car factory workers, right? Well, you know what? At a certain point in time, we're paying them such shit wages. Maybe they should consider getting another job too, right? Because if you're a factory worker, we don't pay you anything, right? That's the way it's always been.
Let's
So
not
you should be
conflate.
expected to get another job. It's
No,
obviously
no,
the same
no.
thing.
Let's not conflate
Prime,
like what
can
they
I
offered
please
one
ask
person.
this
Just
question?
real quick, let me fucking finish. I need a direct answer here from Prime, real quick. It's going to be very, very short if we allow it, right? So if it comes out that Hale, Mrs. Hale is paid at what you would consider a commensurate rate, like a fair rate, and they just, for whatever reason, decided this individual wasn't worth it, so they offered her $4,000, a shitty rate, but they're paying the people they're actually hiring really good money, would you still have the same complaints you do?
I won't have that complaint because that implies I'll have a different complaint. But that implies that the industry is overall working well, and maybe there's an issue, like there's a very specific issue for this specific situation. However, right, even with the information that I provided you, which whether you watched it or not, who knows, whatever, right? But if you look into this industry, this is the abuses that is constant. Like, this is how the voice acting industry works, and that you get paid absolutely fucking shit for a lot of goddamn work and valuable work. So, I say it is, since this is endemic to the industry, is because one reason is because labor is not organized, and then two, because companies think they can get away with this. Right, and I applaud her for fighting back, or else nothing changes. Right, fuck them.
Sure, if
all
you want
to back to it.
Prime, what do you think is an acceptable hourly rate?
Oh, I don't for this amount of work. I would leave it up to the workers.
No. Answer the question. What is acceptable hourly rate?
I don't know for.
What's your minimum?
Maybe what it is. Maybe whatever it is. Because this is from my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong. But for my understanding, this is a video game voice acting, which is specifically the problem, and not regular voice acting. Like regular, I mean like in TV shows and stuff, right?
I need an answer.
If that's the case, excuse me. You're not gonna fucking badger me and giving you the answer that you fucking want. I'm gonna give the answer that I'm gonna give, right? So wait,
just pivoting.
shut the fuck up and let me answer the question as I will answer it, not as you want me to answer. Excuse me. So, when we're talking about if it's the case, right, and again, I'm not sure, I'm not positive, right? If it's the case that voice actors are paid at a fair rate, that the labor believes to be the case, right? If that's the case, then maybe that. Voice video games bring in more than other media in general, but still, I think that would be a good place to start. But I don't know would be something that would be commensurate for this type of work.
So for the record, right? Like, I'm still with boycotting the game if you want to choose to boycott this game and you think that they're very valuable. However, the $4,000 is we don't know how much voice acting is in Bayonetta 3. What we know is that both Bayonetta 1 and Bayonetta 2 required her to do 4 days to do both games, which comes out with 4-hour sessions, which comes out to about $250 an hour for her job. Now, I don't know how many people make $250 an hour, but like lawyers don't tend to make $250 an hour unless they're fucking amazing. So like, I mean, like, I want to recognize that like this is a $450 million franchise and that she might be getting the shaft here, but like crying extreme poverty in this situation when you're getting paid $250 an hour, presumably, we don't really know how, maybe it's double and she's only making $125, or maybe it's triple and she's only making like $80 an hour, right? But like at the same time, it seems to be that her issue is that she can't get work in the industry more so than the fact that she's not being paid like a living wage, right? Because this is like orders of magnitude above a living wage.
Yeah, so that, which is good that I didn't make that argument. So anyway, like that's why I specifically tried to peg it to something else, right? So
well, that's why you pivoted, because you knew that I might have some shit on you that made you look like you were defending super rich people.
No, I absolutely did not. Excuse me, right? Like I get it, right? Like you demand, like to bully people on these panels and get them to dance,
give
like,
straight answers
the way you prefer. Yeah, that's nice, right? But I gave a very honest answer. I understand that actors make a shit ton of money, right? And if you compare that money, to other fields, it sounds like, oh well, why are you complaining, right? Like there was actually, I'm not going to bring that example because I can't remember the exact the exact movie that happened. But every so often, you hear about actors. You hear about black actors. Black actors talk about this, right? Black actors talking about how much they make and compared to their white counterparts. And like, even though they have a commensurate experience, right? Even though they've been in the industry for a certain amount of time, it seems just coincidentally that like most black actors just don't get paid the same, right? And this has like knock-on effects in terms of the career. So what I'm saying is that like let's look at another section of the industry and compare it to that, not necessarily the rest of the labor force, right? The reason why I brought that up, right, is to simply say that sometimes companies can be unfair. When I brought up McDonald's, sometimes companies can be unfair for whatever pay scale we're looking at. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not what's happening here. Like,
Lactoid. You've been waiting.
Okay, first of all, Scott, I don't charge $250 an hour. I am still a great lawyer. Okay, so I just want to make that very clear. And also, Scott, if you have evidence of the, I'm sure you do.
I just put it in a 2018 Nintendo podcast. I'd put the timestamp 450 seconds. She says that Bayonetta 1 and 2 took her 4 days of 4 hours. 4-hour shifts, because voice actors can't work 8 hours. Like your voice is shot.
So what I was going to ask was, for you mentioned in your opening that Platinum Games or Nintendo committed fraud by lying about what the reasoning was that they didn't hire Taylor. I've been looking for that.
Because
I'm sure
that's what she claims in her video. I'll see if I can find a specific statement from them. I don't have proof of that specific statement. If they didn't say that it was scheduling conflicts, then then it's not fraud. I apologize if I said that wrong, like, because I probably did, but
That's what I think matters, right? Like if Nintendo like lied about the reason why they weren't going with Taylor, and that induced
She says
buy the game.
she says that both in text and in the video. That's her claim. I'll see if I can find it though.
So she says it, but I think the question is whether or not Nintendo or Platinum said that to the people who were going to buy the game, right? Because those would be the people that would be
or
defrauded.
outlets or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, or like suppliers and stuff like that. I think that would be the issue. And so if they didn't say that, then I don't think that there would be fraud.
They said
the video I sent you guys
Game
had an
Informer-
article. Sorry. Go ahead and say it.
Quote, overlapping circumstances kept Taylor from reprising the role. Quote, we held auditions to cast the new voice of Bayonetta and offered the role to Jennifer Hale, whom we felt was a good match for the character. I understand the concerns some fans have about the voice change at this point in the series, but Jennifer's performance was way beyond what we could have imagined.
I heard that. I saw that. I didn't see anything specific like from Nintendo or Platinum coming out specifically saying that it was because
according to
schedule.
Polygon, which I mean, fucking we all remember, how trusted news games journalism is. But according to them, they're quoting them at saying that there was overlapping circumstances is the exact quote that they use. But she seems to imply that they said that she was too busy or that she couldn't do it. I'll see if I can find a better quote. Yeah,
no, that's fine. I think that's what I think. For my opinion, I think rests on that because if they did lie, then I think there probably is something to be done there. But I guess that my other point, I mean, obviously, Prime, you're taking the position that I think is against most of the panel here. So I just have some points to make to you. Apparently, what Scott's saying is that this wasn't even a full-time job. So $250 an hour, these very high rates per hour, comparably, could be what she was getting paid.
Also,
let's
for the record, that's basically the minimum for SAG.
So let's
that's
just
the minimum for union space.
But let's even go beyond that. Let's just assume, for argument's sake, this is like a full-time job. Even if it was a full-time job for 2 months, this is well above the minimum wage for both the U.S. and the UK.
Oh my God! Sorry. Don't please don't give me a minimum wage argument, right? The point of me bringing up the minimum wage previously is simply to say that companies, if they have the ability, will pay you lower than they can, right? I understand, and I just said with acting requires or commands a much higher pay in general. It seems specifically in this area that companies are getting away with this because there isn't proper representation.
Well, I'm going to touch
my
on
argument.
that.
So I'm talking about like the minimum wage. Obviously, not the minimum wage. Like I'm not making a one-on-one comparison.
Right.
Living wage.
I know. So my question about that though, is I want to kind of delve into that a little bit because I've been hearing you said certain fields here make more money. But it almost seems like you're implying that certain fields people in those fields deserve more money, right? They deserve to be paid more. And so my question for you is, why should a poet or a voice actor or like a blacksmith, why are they entitled to make more money than like a McDonald's worker? Isn't a McDonald's worker, if we all value the work of a McDonald's worker more, is there something intrinsic about McDonald's work that makes it less valuable than like a poet or a voice actor?
I guess this is like a much larger question about what is anything worth? And I imagine your answer is the market.
Well, no. So there's two arguments, right? The first argument is the market. You could make a minimum wage argument. Traditionally, the minimum wage argument has been, the market should decide what people are what the work people are doing is worth because we want people to go into fields where there's a lot of demand. And one way to do that is to incentivize them with money, but we also don't want people to be destitute. That's the argument for the minimum wage. But it seems like here you're not making that argument. You're saying these certain fields, they just something intrinsically about these fields means that they deserve a higher minimum wage or a higher base level of pay than somebody working at McDonald's.
So I don't
know. I think what Prime is mainly pointing out is that there is a flaw in this industry, that there isn't enough attention and that these companies are taking advantage. They are exploiting these voice actors. I know that for the recent Jujutsu Kaisen Zero movie, each dubbed voice actor received $300 for their entire contract. And that is,
I'm sorry.
Once again, that's another I know it's not the same example, but it just goes to show that when it comes to voice acting in America, do you guys know how much voice acting makes in Japan? They are
Probably more.
superstars. They are household names.
Well, they're also higher valued, right? Because they do more. There's a lot more voice acting in Japan, right? It's higher valued. In America, it's not as high.
There's voice
It's, so
acting
wait,
in America as
wait,
well.
one
Wait,
second.
wait.
But it's not as much. It's
Wait,
not
no,
as
no, no.
much.
Do you realize that
There's
like
plenty of
every
voice
single
acting.
anime, every
Oh
single
my
anime in
gosh.
Japan gets a dubbed version, right? Like about
Yeah.
now, like the output is the
Okay.
same. What are you talking about?
Prime.
I hate that this is
So,
not
hold
making
on,
it
hold on,
now.
before you
Oh
guys
my
continue,
gosh.
I went Lacto to finish his point because he
Yeah.
went. Do you
My
want me
last-
to answer?
Yeah, my last question. Well, I mean, I want you to answer, but I just want to maybe just like elucidate the point with this.
Okay.
If I came to you and let's say you got in trouble, like a DUI or something, or you killed somebody, and you came to me, and I offered to represent you for $4,000, and then somebody else came along and offered to represent you for $2,000. Do you think you are in the wrong for choosing the person that's only charging $2,000 because lawyers should just make more by being lawyers?
Okay, I'm gonna have to answer that one separately. So I'm gonna
Okay.
talk about the actors thing. So and I might have to think about that. My answer for the lawyers thing. But in terms of the actors, I don't necessarily value acting like myself, like as something that necessarily should be paid millions upon millions of dollars. Right? This is a thing that happens within society. For a reason we've decided that this is valuable enough that this makes sense, right? But okay, fine, right? In fact, I had an actor here a long time ago where we discussed this very topic, that like whether they necessarily should be making them like that particular person wasn't, but like in the future, like does it make sense that our society does these things, right? It's not as if personally I feel that this needs to be pegged at or that this person needs to be paid at this particular rate, right? And there is something intrinsic about it, right? I'm simply looking at the field of acting, right? And the field of voice acting in general, or more specifically, excuse me, and saying that within that field we can see a discrepancy, right? Why is this discrepancy there? It's not people here are trying to individualize it, meaning, of course, you guys didn't bother to like look at the information provided. You're trying to individualize it. But this is endemic to this industry, despite the incredible amount of revenue this industry brings up, specifically video game voice acting, right? It is without doubt true that the voice actors bring a credible of value here, right? And other people, and like there's lots of other abuses that are happening in the video game industry. This is just one of them. Just to be very clear, there's just one of the abuses, and this is what happens when you are not properly organized. So I'm advocating for labor to organize. I'm going to think about your lawyer thing.
So moving backwards a little bit. Japan most certainly has the majority of the voice acting. Japan, large animation industry, produces 60% of animated series worldwide. So any argument that Japan is not the leading country in voice acting is absolutely just way off base. And I'm sorry,
What does
but
this have to
I'm
do with anything? First of all,
okay. Well, I mean, okay. So
Prime,
I understand you made that point. I'm not arguing against Prime right now.
with,
I'm not
like, the
arguing
industry
against
of
Prime
voice
right now.
acting?
I'm going against what you were saying because you so rudely interrupted me when I was making my point. So I could have asked you what in the world's your point had to do with anything. But I
so you
didn't.
weren't listening
I
at
just
all. Okay, so why are
responded.
you
I just
responding at all?
responded. I just responded to your point, and now
Yeah,
you
and
just
I'm telling
continue
you that
to.
it
Now
means
you just can. Now you just continue to interrupt, and this makes this such a fun conversation. So
Yeah, I'm having
while
so
I
much
do,
fun.
okay, awesome. So while I do really appreciate your opinion, I'm going to keep talking. So SAG, the minimum rate for SAG is $902 an hour, or sorry, $902 for a 4-hour session. That is beneath what she was paid. She was paid more than $902 an hour for the 4-hour session if the talking time was the same Bayonetta 3. And she was paid $1,000 per 4-hour session. And I'm sorry, but I'm not getting ready to sit here and cry about someone who is failing in the industry, failing to find other voice acting jobs, and is going to sit here and cry about $250 an hour. I'm sorry, but that's not going to be something I'm going to sit here and cry about. If you want to refuse a $250 an hour job, that's fine. You do you, but don't expect me to feel bad for you because you had to turn down a $250 an hour job.
So I just want to point out, according to like multiple sources, that 4 to 5% of games turn a profit. And of games that hit store shelves, so physical copies are shipped out, it's about 20%. So, 20% that still don't make a profit. So even if you're including AAA games, it's still a roll of the dice that your game ends up costing more money than it makes. And so there's
Bayonetta.
a lot. Okay, it's
My dude.
Bayonetta. It's also
It's
Nintendo
the third
Switch.
game of Bayonetta. Do you think Nintendo is purposely going to be remaking a game that isn't turning a profit? Do you really think that they're going to be?
Their
going for
intention
a
is
more
obviously to make a
listen,
profit.
Do you
No,
like?
I don't get what is
no,
this,
no,
like,
no,
this
no,
grand
no,
stat
This
that
is
you're bringing
stupid.
up. Well,
No,
we know
this
that
is
it doesn't
stupid.
apply
This
to
is stupid.
Bayonetta.
It obviously applies. You could say the same thing about Jennifer Hale and the massive success of Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, but look at fucking Mass Effect Andromeda. It was a giant fucking flop that like barely turned a profit. And only after a very long time. Sometimes games flop, and there's a lot of money that goes into development, right? So I want to say that it's also important to recognize when we're talking about pay for people is that you do have to realize that video games, it's a volatile market, and they're taking a risk that the game is going to be worth all of the money that they put in. I don't know how much money they put into development of this game. I don't know what the projected sales are compared to that, right? But it's very possible that a game can flop or not do as well, and you just have to write that off on your balance sheet as red. So I mean, like, when you're getting paid $250 an hour, it very well could be a reasonable offer. At the same time, if you as an individual, right, feel that that's an insult and you care more about continuity of voice actors than you do about like them getting replaced with the new hot button person that's in every goddamn video game in existence, you don't feel like hearing Jennifer Hale, just like you don't feel like listening to a dubbed anime and it's like, wow, Funimation got the same 10 motherfuckers to do all the voice acting. This fucking, like, again, I'm hearing the same people, right? If that's what you care about, then you fuck it, boycott it, and let the market know that, like, listen, fuckers, we care about continuity and we care that you pay actors well.
And look,
at the same time,
Brian's
that
point.
doesn't mean this is unreasonable to get paid $250 an hour in a volatile market such as video games.
To Brian's point, like, look, if you're advocating here for stronger unionization, cool. Great, right? If they don't want to be paid so shittily, they should band together and refuse to work jobs that don't pay them what they think they're worth. That's obviously
They did. Taylor's part of a union.
Yeah,
But
that's my point
I'm
here.
saying SAG is not there's been criticism to SAG for years and years talking about exactly this issue, and they've had protests and all that stuff. Just I think they need to get a different union. I don't know how feasible
But at
that
the
is.
end of the day, I would argue that video game voice acting is fundamentally different. It does not bring the same value to the table that other media does. And this is anecdotal, I recognize this, I usually put my games on mute and just play them. I have never even looked to see if they had voice acting or not.
Does anyone else do that? Does anyone else not listen to not listen to any of the voice acting? Has anyone else do that?
So I
skip
skip it most of the time.
I'll tell you this.
Acting.
Yes.
I'll tell you this. I played one of the major reasons that I played Star Wars: The Old Republic is because of two reasons, which is I wanted to play a female trooper because it was Jennifer Hale, and I actually really like her as a voice actress, and I thought that would be really good voice acting, and I wanted to check out the Jedi Knight storyline because it was written by Drew Karpyshyn. That being said, I recognize that a lot of people just put music on and fucking ignore games.
Yeah,
my co-host and roommate is more often than not listening to music, and I'm like, "What about this story?" And he's like, "I don't fucking know."
Because it's cheesy, right? It's like the acting in like porn. Like I'm skipping it. I don't want to see it. I want to go right to the action.
If I want the story, like JRPGs, like I just read the little like sound as the text comes up.
That shit pisses me off.
Like,
it's one of the main reasons I don't play JRPGs is because of that stupid ass. Like, it's like, dog, like I expect voice acting now. I'm like, yo, I want fucking good voice acting, but that's me.
And that might be because I'm older, right? But I think actually voice acting is a net negative to my gaming experience. So it's very possible. My argument, my point here.
I'll take that then.
Okay, my point here is that maybe, right, and maybe just maybe that they're having these lowball offers is because that just has people don't value it the same they do in an anime or other production where you're not actually involved in the game, but you're just observing the game, or not the game, but the video or the whatever it is. Again, so I don't think it's necessarily indicative just by that fact alone that companies are abusing, right, or exploiting.
Right. I think it's very obvious. I think it's very obvious that voice actors bring something to a game and that has value. I also think it's very obvious that value pales in comparison to one guy who can invent a code that makes better boob or butt jiggle physics. Let's be honest. That is inherently more valuable.
Well, like what Lactoid said though, Lactoid, I agree with him. It's cheesy. That's typically why I don't watch cutscenes. I watch because it's cheesy. It brings nothing to me as the viewer. Now, if I'm going to watch, yes, the voice acting is cheesy. Prime, you have to.
I don't have to admit that. I'm literally the opposite, right?
We think it is.
I think you're
I
missing
love
out
the voice
on
acting.
fantastic. Yeah, like
I'm with Prime on this one. I like the voice acting.
And you want to know the plot behind the pizza boy? Like you want to know what he has to say? Like the extra meat pizza. God. Where did that come from? I get it. I understand.
Boy,
you're interested in the plot. You're interested in the plot. I don't like it. Okay, I'm not.
Some of the most successful games, look at World of Warcraft. Like, was there voice acting?
No, I gotta say, when I was younger,
it's an MMO.
When I was younger, I actually made that argument about Ford. I actually did make. I actually did. I'm like, yeah, but where did it come from? Like, you got a whole storyline here. What do you mean you're skipping it all? I have no fucking around.
It's why we watch hentai. Okay, it has a lot more plot.
Right. I mean, if voice acting was a really extremely marketable thing, Elder Scrolls Online would have utterly defeated World of Warcraft because the entire game is voice acted with good voice acting, and every side quest is voice acted. But people prefer a game where they can
most consumers
both
when
those
they're
games
making a choice
flop.
of game to buy, like they know, like these companies have done a lot of research into why people buy the games that they do. They've done a lot of research into this.
Oh no!
And voice acting just isn't it. No one is.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Wait. Why are games still having voice acting then? Okay, if that is your opinion and you think it is true that companies know that voice acting is just a negative attribute
because they can get them cheap.
Game companies still putting in voice acting.
Exactly.
Look at newer games.
That's the answer. And
look at the best-selling games.
Don't kind of sneak that in there, right?
Same with a burger.
Well, companies have done this research that he doesn't know, they can't provide, right? Doesn't know if it even exists, right? But like they've done their research,
you're just taking your own value judgment.
They crunched the numbers, right? They like typed it in the computer, and then it split out. Oh, I guess this is only worth $250 an hour. Yeah, that's what. Don't pretend that's how companies operate in this area. When they can get away with paying you less, they will absolutely pay you less. Don't bullshit me with that, right? That's why you had to have you in the first place.
If you want to make them pay more, you can't let them get away with paying more. But we are as consumers, and do you know why?
Does anybody know?
People don't fucking value it.
I don't know.
Jumping from point to point. The point you made before, right, is when you try to sneak in some non-existent fucking market research, and say that, oh, this is why this is happening, right? No, I see through you, Wick. That's a bullshit point.
There's a lot of reasons.
Yeah, a lot of reasons that you're just making up. I know.
You were saying that like games still have voice acting. I would argue that it's a minority of games that have voice acting. If you look at AAA, maybe that's true. But you look at all the massive indie games, like they just don't have voice acting.
Well, the best-selling games.
And look at how well they're doing. Why are they indie?
So the best-selling games, right? Minecraft. There's not voice acting in Minecraft. Okay, Grand Theft Auto 5. Very minimal, and it's very select scenarios. That's why I said no.
Okay.
That person deserves.
No, stop. Holy fuck. Grand Theft Auto 5. One of the very few games I've actually cared about the voice acting is Grand Theft Auto 5. Tetris EA. No voice acting in that. Wii Sports, I'd say no voice acting in that. PUBG Battlegrounds, no voice acting in that. Super Mario Bros, there's voice acting in that.
Sorry,
Mario Kart 8. I'm looking at best-selling games. Obviously, out of the best-selling games, voice acting is not the concern. The concern is not voice acting, is to when you are going to sell your game more or going to sell your game less.
Then literally the biggest selling property, the biggest selling entertainment property of all time, GTA 5 has voice acting, which you already said. Great, wonderful. Like that's to say that some games have voice acting, and some games don't.
Is your argument about the? Hold on, Sprite. Is your argument like, hey, if you just replace the voice acting in like God of War with like text, it'd be like no different? Like,
my argumentation is that from looking at the best-selling games, that voice acting does not seem to play a huge role unless your game revolves around it, like GTA. It
depends on the game.
Wait. Like GTA 5, which GTA 5 did it extremely well, and GTA 5 is among other people that I know that don't like voice acting in their video games, they still like GTA 5's voice acting. So, but it is not the major concern when you're looking at the highest selling games. The highest selling games do not put a whole lot into voice acting because they understand that gameplay has become much more important than voice acting, and that's what they put their money towards, not voice acting.
Please, if you could tell me how in the world Nintendo could put voice acting in Wii Sports if they wanted to.
They're not going to be able to, but is it one of the highest sellers? Is it one of the highest sellers?
If Nintendo wanted to, tell me how they would do it.
They would create cutscenes between you and the computer, and then they would have like conversation after the game. Sure.
I would like to say that I have a solution.
You know how bad that is?
I would like to say.
Let
Jay-Chat. Whoa. Let Jay-Chat. Who's talking? Please.
Okay, you're conflating.
No, he interrupted me.
There are some games out there that just are not compatible with voice acting, and you cannot include those in your sample. Whereas, like,
why are they selling more?
Who was it? Who was it that? There are some games that are story-based, like God of War 4, that won Best Game of the Year award. And like, if I gotta not hear Kratos not say boy and instead of like the text boy, like no, I want to hear that shit. I want him to go boy, get the fuck over here. Look for gear in the direction of gear. Piece of shit. Okay, yes, I want to hear that.
Okay, you want to hear that? That's great. The best 4 out of 5 of the best-selling games have minimal to no voice acting.
I'll be like, woohoo!
Oh my god. Okay, all right. So this is so let's go to hold on. I'm going to go to Scott and then Doobie because I haven't heard much from Doobie, and I know he had a different opinion on me, so I would love to hear it. Go ahead, please.
Right. I'm always going to advocate in favor of the free market. And so, I found a solution for Helena here, which is that on a good night, phone sex operators make $2,000, right? Which is double what she was being offered to voice act for Bayonetta. And I feel like, sex work is real work. I think it ties into the next topic very well. And, I'm just saying, like, with that voice, that sultry, British voice, I feel like she could probably average a higher base pay than doing video game voice acting. So maybe she should just leave where she's not wanted and go where the real money is.
Why do we got to make this?
I'm glad that you.
Why do we got to turn this into something gross?
I am so glad that you added value here. Let's go to Doobie and then Lactoid, and who I'm sure will have something better to say. Right?
Wait, hold on. I gotta say, some of this is that was misogynist or something. Like the game is literally about a witch who like strips her hair off her naked body and throws it at people. Like
what's extremely sexualized game?
Like what do you right?
Like, it's supposed to be that.
It's a small step from voice acting for Bayonetta to go into phone sex operating.
When you do the most powerful moves in the game, she's like almost naked. Like,
let me explain why this is misogynistic, right? Because he is suggesting.
Hold on, I'm gonna go get water because I don't care.
Fair enough. This isn't for you, even. I'm talking to the audience here. Why this is something you probably shouldn't do. Like, you shouldn't say, oh, you're not having, female, you're having trouble finding work. Well, why don't you try sex work? Because that's all you're going to be good at. Ha ha ha. That's what it was, basically. That's what he said.
Wait, hold on. Wait, do you not support sex work?
I support it just fine, but
what are you bitching about? What's the issue with saying, hey, you have a sexy voice, do ASMR?
That's the only industry that a woman can succeed in.
That's not what he said. He's talking about this woman specifically with her hot voice. Like that's what he was saying. He's saying, hey, lady with a hot voice, if this industry isn't working for you, do like hot ASMR streams or something, okay?
Would it be wrong? Would it be wrong for a sex work company to go after people that they deem would do well in sex work, or is that misogynistic as well because the company's telling them they're not going to be able to do any better than to do that?
Make their living, but for an internet, like, to go on a stream, right, and say, "Oh, you're not succeeding in your industry as a streamer. Try sex worker OnlyFans because that's all you can do."
No, they're not saying that's all you can do. They're saying because there's a huge market potential for you to be here.
Yeah, I think you're being silly, Wick. I'm sorry.
Well, you can think that,
that
but
being
it's
said,
absolutely not
Prime,
being silly.
Prime.
Yes.
So, like, I've looked, right. So one of the reasons I've been quiet is because I've been looking for work this lady has done recently, and she's done a lot of voice acting as Bayonetta, right? She's like very attached to that character, I'm sure, but she hasn't done like anything in the industry that I've been able to find for like almost 10 years, right? So, like, is what you're saying is that, like, if they circle back almost like a decade after making the sequel, and they want to make another Bayonetta game, they should be like required to offer the original actor the job first, even if she's like a no name in the industry now.
What I said previously is that
I love how effectively they took that bait.
There isn't some sort of extraneous reason, right? Like, there, like, for instance, a good voice actor, and one that I'm going to miss, is the one who did Broly. The American voice actor.
I just love
Broly.
that I baited them all and they
he
lost
got
their
shit canned
shit.
because of Me Too stuff, right? But that guy was amazing. That was fucking amazing. Let
me give you an example. Can I? So the original God of War voice actor, I forget his name, but he voiced the character through like every game but the most recent one, right? And then I think Ragnarok, which is coming out, he's not doing that one either.
Yeah.
And they give it to another guy because his body type, because they wanted to do like motion capture for the game, and his body type isn't anywhere near Kratos' like body type, right? So it for some reason they just didn't look right or whatever, so they couldn't use him. So he lost out on that. Like, is that enough? Is that enough for you to say that that's fair? Like, hey, your body type isn't what we want, so we're gonna get rid of you.
Yeah,
Wait, she hasn't even voiced Bayonetta since 2014. 2014 is the last time she did any voice acting.
Yeah, but that's the last time they needed her to voice Bayonetta.
No, the last time she did any voice acting.
Yeah, I know. I heard you too, but that doesn't matter, right? Doobie literally said the same thing. I don't know why you're missing that.
No,
I already said that.
Doobie said that she has not played anything besides Bayonetta in the last 10 years. She hasn't played any role in the last 8.
Look, the last time she
voiced I don't know why you think that's a different point. But
the last time she voiced acting, Crimea got annexed.
Relevant.
Oh my God, shut up. So let me answer this question, right? So, like, I'm not saying that a company has to be forced to hire an individual person, right? I'm saying there are all kinds of reasons. I said that in the video game industry, it's absolutely customary to have that level of continuity unless there's a reason not to, right? The God of War reason, that's a good reason not to. But that's not saying that they absolutely must. Right, I think it's actually a good thing, because that continuity is important. Like, again, in the material that I sent you before, they gave you an example, right? None you didn't see it, so he doesn't know what I'm talking about, right? But in general, Metal Gear Solid, right? David Hale fought for that role, right? Even though the company was being dickheads, but like, it's true that the fan base loved his performance, right? His performance added a lot to the character of Snake. That's absolutely the case, but it doesn't mean you're locked into that. I can understand that, right? Specifically, the thing that I'm talking about is the rate, right? The pay rate. That's what I'm talking.
How much are they paying Jennifer Hale?
I don't know. She's under an NDA, right? Which is a good way of keeping people silent for these things, right? Where we can't like compare these things.
I wonder.
Even then, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a fair rate for Jennifer Hale. She just might be willing to work at that rate. I'm talking about, like, let's see if it is indeed the case that these actors are being paid less than other similar jobs, right? Then why is that? True, and can we organize to get rid of that discrepancy?
But should we assume that they are being paid at a lower rate? Right? So maybe she was offered a lower rate because maybe Jennifer Hale had submitted an audition or something, and they just liked her way more. So they actually wanted to hire her, so they gave her the shit offer, knowing that she'd reject it. Right? That's a possibility. But even if they didn't do that, right?
That's
Even
what I
if they
said in the
offered,
beginning. Yeah.
yeah, even if they offered Jennifer Hale the $4,000, right, for the 4 or 5 days of work or whatever the fuck it is, and she took it, right? Like, why isn't that like okay? Why should we assume that other people in the industry who are doing a few days of work for a property aren't being paid the same thing? Like, do we know that this is like far out of line with what's normal?
No, I'm saying that it isn't. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
well, is that even unreasonable?
It's endemic in terms of video game voice acting. I've said that multiple times.
Yeah, but even, is that even unreasonable? So you're going to some studio or whatever to record lines for a few days, and for this you get like what, $4,000? Like, I feel like that's a pretty fair rate. Like if you're working 4-hour days.
And actors get paid what I consider to be an unreasonable amount of money, but they do, right? That's just a thing that happens.
According to Popular Bio, they suggest that her net worth is about $10 million.
Okay, so I don't believe anything. Like, do we?
That's the best I can find. Like,
yeah, does anyone actually believe that those numbers online? They just really make up those numbers.
Why are we believing what she's saying? Because she's the only source we have. So if you're not gonna be willing to believe,
am I not gonna believe a random website, right? Or I'm gonna
relax. That's why I gave you the website.
I'm talking to Sprouticus, not you. Am I gonna believe a random fucking website, right? Where we know that the these ideas of like a net worth are literally just made up for celebrities all around. Look at up celebrities' net worth. Anyone you like, right? Look at the celebrities' net worth. And you'll go to different sites and they vary wildly because they're just literally making it up. So whatever. But not that it would matter, right? So even if she is worth $10 million, it has nothing to do with that particular job. Lactoid, you were going to say something? I'm not sure. Doobie, did I not answer your question? I'm not sure. Maybe you said something I didn't answer.
Yeah, okay. So if it is the case that in the industry, $4,000 for 3 or 4 days of work is considered to be a fair wage, like what's the argument that that's not?
Sorry, if it's three
that $4,000 for what I think she said on the last one was like 4 days of work for both games combined or something, right? So if that's what they're being paid for 4 hours of work for 4 days, like, why isn't that a fair wage? Like, how much should they be paid? Do you think they should be paid for that? Like $20,000, $50,000 for 4 days of work?
He said he wouldn't answer already.
Yeah, I did answer, and I think it's an honest answer. Hey, since I am not in this industry, I would look to other similar industries and compare the rate that they're getting there, right? If it's commensurate, well, then that's something completely different.
But if it's like endemic in the industry and this is what everybody's being paid, like maybe this is just like...
Or maybe it's because companies are trying to get away with anything that they can, right? Like,
should you compare XFL player salaries to NFL player salaries? Are we comparing XFL salary to NFL salary now, or because those are comparable jobs? Like, are we comparing XFL salary to NFL salary?
I don't think that's the right question. I think so. If we can't compare it to the other people in the video game industry, the other like voice actors, right? Because they're all being like, all of their wages are being pushed down by these evil companies. Then who do we compare it to? Which company that can we look to that hires people to work for 3 or 4 days doing voice acting?
I said other voice actors, right? So other voice actors in other industries. So to take a look at those, and if it is,
how much is Jennifer Hale getting paid? Nobody knows. But like apparently,
how much,
like her quality.
Actually, I'm curious how much Helena.
Like, that's why the company is hiring her instead of the other person.
Well, Jennifer Hale is like one of the I think she's in the Guinness World Book of Records. She's like one of the most prolific voice actors in the industry, right? But so I wonder, is it public how much Helena Taylor was paid for the original 2 games? Are we super far off?
That's not public.
As far as I know,
that's weird.
So,
NDA, baby.
Yeah, she got paid $4,000 for the other 2.
Like, this is where I'm with Prime Guy.
This is why we should absolutely have workers be able to, and all industries be able to publicly say their wages, So we can actually make these comparisons. We can make these judgment calls
putting
and
what
we
you're
can be better
making-
organized.
If a company
So,
or
hold on,
corporation,
sorry, hold on. Sorry, back to it. It was his turn. And then Wick.
So, for Wolf of Wall Street, which I think was a fantastic movie, Leonardo DiCaprio got about, I think, $10 million. And Jonah Hill only got 60,000. The reason they asked him, well, why did you accept 60,000? And the reason was because for a long time now, it's been his dream, like his magnum opus, like the goal of his life was to work with Scorsese, who's an incredible director. And he called and offered to do it for free. He wanted to do it so bad, he offered it for free. They offered him $60,000, and he took it, and he said he signed it that night because he wanted to lock himself into it legally, so tomorrow they couldn't change their mind and give the offer to somebody else. If we dictated that this adult wasn't getting paid enough, he very well may have lost out on his dream. And by doing the thing he did, he may very well have also beat out another actor by undercutting them on the wage. I do think, though, what's underlying all this, I think this idea that he deserves more just because his industry dictates that he gets paid more, it does feel like not only is it anti-market, but like leaving that aside, it also just feels somewhat elitist, right? Like I asked the lawyer question, right? You know, there's this perception that lawyers are like, you know, elite, they get all this money and everything. But I mean, there's plenty of lawyers who, you know, for a variety of reasons, one of which is there's a lot of competition in the field, you know, don't make those millions of dollars, or, you know, they offer pro bono work, or they offer, you know, reduced rates based on certain circumstances. Sometimes they offer reduced rates because they just like the case and they want to work that particular case. I feel like it is somewhat like elitist to say, well, no, like lawyers should get paid this much, way more than like other workers, but that's just because they're lawyers, right? They're special. And, you know, we're Prime, you feel comfortable saying this about voice actors, but I'm sure you have a line, right? Like if you had a CEO who was complaining about only making $30 million a year and his workers got paid $15 an hour, and he was just bitching about getting paid $30 million a year because at the next company over, the CEO was making $100 million a year. Are you really going to be like, wow, this CEO is just, and this is awful. There needs to be a union of CEOs. This guy needs $100 million a year. He needs more money, right? Because here's the thing, $250 an hour, if that's true, that's crazy. Like that's more money than most Americans will ever see in their life. Just like a CEO making $30 million, it's more money than most Americans will ever see in their life. And I can imagine, you know, from the perspective of somebody working like even a job paying like $18 an hour doing construction or something, they're out every day sweating their ass off, like 2-month job, they're working full time, and they turn on Twitter and somebody's complaining about getting paid $250 an hour.
If you worked that full
Yeah,
time,
so
that'd be
I-
$520,000
Here's
a
the
year.
problem with the per hour. Okay, I'm actually really tired of like hearing this per hour bullshit, because like we also have
Okay,
to
go
realize
ahead.
that like at the end of the day, the output is that, well, how many hours are they actually working? Because sure, okay, this person is working $250 per hour. What if they're only working 2 hours, and then like they have no other job, or like.
Then they get another job.
Or in the
code. I don't fucking know.
Or in the industry, it's really difficult to find these kinds of gigs because there's that much competition.
Then do it on
And
the
so then
side.
all-
yeah, of
so then
course,
like all of a
because
sudden,
it's
like you guys,
$250 an hour.
so
Who
then
wouldn't
you
want
guys,
that shit,
well,
right? Of course, it's super impossible.
okay, because if I'm working, no, because if I'm working $250 an hour, but if it's only for a certain number of hours versus a job in which it's a much lower rate. However, I work a much longer hours in that I therefore make much more money. Then what am I going to pick?
Jay Chow, she hasn't been doing this for 8 years. It's obvious she has some other form of employment. She hasn't been doing this for 8 years. Comes back,
Yeah,
gets a 250.
probably.
No, comes
Probably,
back,
and
comes
so then-
back,
and so then
comes
here's the
back,
issue.
comes back, gets a $250 an hour job that's offered to her, and instead of just saying no, I'd rather just do what I'm doing now, or just instead of doing that, she goes to Twitter, bitches about it, tells everyone to boycott the video game when it's $250 an hour. I can't sit here and cry
so like,
for her.
So like
There's no
everything
tears.
everything that I've just said about like you guys is insisting of like framing this in per hour terms, like that just went one ear out of the other.
Because your point
Okay,
is
because
kinda silly.
because it's silly.
let's assume no, it's not silly. Let's assume you guys are just like
If
dumb,
I have a
okay?
job
let's
that
assume
takes 8 hours.
so let's assume
If I have a job that takes 8
that she
hours.
does have another job. Let's assume that she does have another job, and that like let's
Do you know what a
take this
contractor
term.
is?
Let's take. I do know what a contract.
Do you know what
is,
contract
okay?
work is?
I have no idea where you're going with this, but I'm just going to continue.
No one
talking.
has no idea where you're
So
going.
let's assume
Except for
another
maybe
term,
your
okay? Let's
opponents
talk
in
about
whatever
another term,
video
okay?
game you're
No,
playing.
Fabian,
Because you can't fucking pay attention.
Scott, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Okay, opportunity cost. Have we not considered that, like, in order for her to actually stay afloat in her like circumstance or whatnot for her lifestyle, that like she has to turn down the Bayonetta job because of the pay as well as the opportunity cost for her to actually work another job?
Wait.
Really?
You're making a point against you. You actually made a point against you. You're
Sure.
right. Like, so opportunity cost. This is important here. So if you only work 2 hours and you're making $250 an hour, the reason why you're still well off is because you have the rest of your time to like pursue other opportunities. If you're like a construction worker or a McDonald's worker and you're working full time and you're making
until the
money,
NDA says
and you're
that
making,
you
making
have a
50
non.
No,
have you ever
hold
heard of a
on,
non? You
hold
must
on,
have heard of a
hold on.
non-competition clause.
Yeah, so there's
You
no,
must have heard of that.
there's no evidence that she has a non-competition clause where she
Yeah,
can't
we
do
don't know
other
that because
voice
of
acting.
fucking NDA.
She broke it.
Yeah, she would have told us.
Yeah,
That doesn't.
broke the
Whoa,
NDA.
one.
You're- wait, wait, you're- whoa, whoa, you're- wait, hold on.
Whoa, just because she broke it doesn't mean that she like came out 100% like revealing everything about the
Okay,
NDA.
we have
There's no reason
wait,
not
stop.
to.
We have no hold on. We have no evidence. We have no evidence whatsoever that like Nintendo said no. You can only voice.
What if they
Bayonetta.
cast
We
a
also
spell?
have,
we have
we
no-
also
What if
have
they
no
cast a
evidence,
spell
and we
preventing
also
her
have
from
no
doing any
evidence to
job?
suggest
We have
that
no
she
evidence
has the
that they
ability to
didn't.
work another job.
We have
that
no
she
evidence of
wouldn't
market
do a
research
job.
either. Go ahead, finish up your thing, Shay Chow.
That's not even how non-compete clauses work.
Like you guys are like what I don't like about you guys making like all these assumptions is that like you take one assumption and like
You're making
that's true
assumptions.
and every I am making assumptions, but no, I'm making
Holy
assumptions.
shit!
And given case, no. Here's the difference. You guys are laughing. But you guys,
You got the whole squad laughing.
Holy shit!
I am
Okay, hold on,
making
Shay Chow,
the
fuck.
difference between you and me. The difference between you and me is that I am putting faith.
I'm
in
paying
all
attention to the
kinds of
panel, not
possibilities.
playing games and have no idea what the fuck's going on
I
with
am
even
playing
the
games, but
statements I'm making.
I think I do know what I'm talking about. What you guys are talking about.
Okay, so let me try to answer some of Lactoid's concerns. So you talked about the CEOs and like making so much money.
Very high paid
and-
individuals. Yeah.
So I would relate this back to athletes, right? Because I think that'd be a better term, right? So
Sure.
I don't give a fucking shit about athletes. Like I don't care about millionaires crying, right, over their contracts, right? I'm only making 20 million rather than 40 million, right? I get that these pay scales are just like unbelievable, and it seems so unrelatable as a person who makes some money. I make subs to channel, right? Like,
Right? What's up, boys? What's up?
Exactly, right? Thank you. Yeah, that's all. I get that, right? And I've actively just like pushed against those conversations because I generally don't give a shit. However, right? So like the argument, if I can remember this correctly, because this was quite a while ago, that I got from that actor who came on here and talked about like why they deserve the pay that they do, is that like they bring a certain value and they bring people to the seats, right? Like in terms of movies, right? That they provide a certain level of value to the product, and like first of all, where else did that money go? And well, I think maybe more of it should go to the crew, but whatever. But I would say that if this industry is making this much money, right, then a lot more can go to the workers. A lot more can go to the workers. We've seen abuses all across the video game industry there. And so what I would say is that like, what if we talked about changing how the pay was structured, right? So I think Fabian, I think it was Scott, who brought up an interesting point talking about how like was it 5% of games are profitable. If that is true, right? I don't know if that's true. I've never heard of that before, but I'm gonna take that.
Yeah, but
if that's true,
we're talking about a AAA company, right? So it's more likely it's like the other statistic I gave, which is 20% that make it to shelf still aren't profitable.
Okay, all right, sure.
Because there's a lot of failed games out there on Steam for $2. Right?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah. So
$2 not enough. It should be $4.
It's worth it to talk about AAA games, right? Maybe what should be expected on the different levels, right? Like within a AAA company, however you define that, right? What can you expect there? And then maybe working for lower level companies. But so what I'm saying is, like, what if we talked about like restructuring how the pay works? So if it's true that so many games just fail, even from AAA companies, right? Then what if you were paid maybe even less than what they offered her, but instead you got additional pay depending on the performance of the game, right? Like you've added value to the game, and so you get paid. You get some sort of residual from the game,
like
right?
a royalty.
So like if it doesn't do well, so that would eliminate that would take care of the thing about the volatility, right? Like they get a certain minimum cut of the royalty of the game sales, and so that kind of takes care of all that, right? I'm willing as a person who's not involved in this to have that discussion. I think that's fair, right? That we can reimagine these things. Maybe a flat rate simply doesn't work. Maybe for all the reasons that you've said, maybe all of them work out. So we just have to change that, right? But if the actors are feeling that this is just a not enough, right? This is a problem. Then I'm going to listen to labor, and I'm going to encourage them to organize to get some sort of pay structure that makes sense for them.
So Prime, let's
go
go
back.
back.
All right, so no, let me just break this down.
Go ahead.
Economically, right? So what you're saying, you and I, right? We like good voice acting, and what the rest, and maybe Jay Chow, we don't know. He talked about Japan. It was weird. We weren't talking about voice acting in games, but it seems like the consensus, right, is that a lot of people don't give a fuck about voice acting. Sproticus showed this with a lot of the most successful games are not games that have a lot of heavy voice acting. But you and I, we really care, right? And so that's worth something to us. That's worth a certain amount of profit towards the capitalists that makes a game. But the problem is that the market has decided, for the most part, that it's not that important, that it's not that valuable. And the fact of the matter is that what you're arguing for is like this weird form of like equity and unionization for voice actors for something that the market doesn't want. And so all you're going to see is if you try and price voice acting at a higher rate because you feel that for whatever reason this isn't good enough, you're going to see AAA games realize that, well, we're going to make less profit by hiring voice actors, that there's this demand from society and government in order to make these games. And instead, we're just going to make games that don't have fucking voice acting in them.
You remember
so what
those
you're
games in the
actively
90s?
arguing for is against the product that is good for you because of these market pressures.
And arguing for a living wage for McDonald's workers means they're going to automate the workers out of existence. Yeah, I know.
Do you remember
I disagree. I just fundamentally disagree about like how the market works, right? That there is this force that necessarily like has this
the invisible hand.
Yeah, the invisible hand. That it has this well-defined correlative relationship to a person's wage. The market has allowed, right, like Activision's stockholders and CEO to take a massive portion of the profits, and then like their workers to not be able to afford to eat at the company cafeteria because they're being paid so low, right? The market has
because it's Activision. So I'll give you an example. One of the things. So when people leave
capitalism.
No. When people leave Blizzard, right? There's a joke inside Blizzard Activision, which is whenever people leave and they have a box and they're like leaving, no matter where they're going, they always say, have fun at Riot. And the reason they say have fun at Riot is that it's really valuable in the market to get a job at Blizzard Activision because so many people want that job and want that experience, and it's so well respected to have on your resume. And what ends up happening is eventually people get experience at Blizzard and they make double or triple the salary at Riot Games because Riot loves to try and poach people from Blizzard because it knows that Blizzard trains its employees really well and that those are going to be really good and dedicated employees. And so it is a stepping stone for people at Blizzard to get that job, get it on their resume, and it's actually really valuable. So again, I'm trying to understand, you're basically saying I disagree with supply and demand, and my reason is people are paid shit at Blizzard, and that's not really this is why I started with an economics lesson, because it seemed like you guys needed it, and you kind of just proved that you needed it.
I didn't. No. So look, we just subscribe to different theories of economic, right? We simply and sorry, and I also reject that. Oh, actually, it's another conversation. We really don't have time for it.
Yeah, you don't want to debate me on economics.
Yeah, I'd kick your ass. But no. But the
just
problem
like you
is
kick
that,
my ass at CRT.
I just feel like sure, whatever. Yeah, like I kicked your ass there. Exactly. Good. Thank you for coming up with all these great
that debate
examples.
You never had.
But
got it.
Sure, we can still have the fucking debate, whatever, right? Do you want to have a debate? Sorry. We can have a debate tomorrow. If you want to have a debate tomorrow, I don't give a shit. Whatever.
I'm booked up tomorrow. DM me.
Oh, sorry. You are.
Should small streamers
I
didn't
pick tomorrow because I thought you were booked up or something. I apologize. I forgot about that.
Fine. It's fine.
Yeah. But whatever. I don't give a shit. Like I debated Fnatic just the other day. Whatever. I don't care. I disagree that the market allowed factory workers to be paid absolutely nothing, like slave wages, for as long as they didn't organize, right? Then they organize, and all of a sudden they have higher wages, and the market is fine with that as well.
That's not true.
I don't think that these simple market forces. I think it's these companies deciding to, in the areas that they can, when labor is unorganized, when labor can't advocate for itself, that they will simply abuse the workers as much as possible, as much as they can get away with.
But that's not what happened, right? So during the era of industrialization, wages rose for everybody and people were getting paid more and more money. And the problem was that because they were moving into the cities, the ability to see poverty was so much worse. Now, you said they rose up, right? Well, who were they fighting? They were fighting the state. It was the United States government, if we want to look at the United States, for example, right? That was allowing, companies to, let's say, go into coal mines in Colorado and murder women and children. It was, the United States government that was giving out exclusive contracts to large capitalist industries. It was the United States government that, when they were fighting against Pullman, decided to put mail on the railway cars so they could send in the National Guard, right? That's not the market.
Capitalism is corrosive. I agree. Capitalism is
None of those things are capitalism. That's the state.
Scott, they're asking
I agree.
Capitalism
is corrosive and has a corrosive effort on the state. Yeah, I've said this for years. Absolutely, this is why we need to smash the capitalists, because if you leave the capitalists in place, they will eventually corrupt government. Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with you. That's a big problem.
The capitalists will corrupt government. Government can't be the ones corrupt. That's why we need more government.
They will buy off our politicians, right? And they will use their money and their resources to bend regulations to their will. And then, of course, then they will have company towns and they will abuse you. I believe you. Yes, that's absolutely the case.
What?
Capitalism is
terrible.
You know what?
You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. I fully understand your position. That's why you're arguing that $250 an hour is slave labor, because at least it's against the capitalist class.
That's what I said. It's slave labor. Nice straw, man. Nice try.
So,
all right,
Prime,
I think a huge issue.
Prime, I was gonna go back to athletes. And I probably still will, but I'll give you both. But I heard something from Lactoid that I really want to hit it with. So, do you think that small streamers should get paid as much as larger streamers, or even something as considerable as minimum wage, to where Twitch makes sure that the streamer who is streaming at least makes minimum wage while they're streaming?
Are you asking me or are you asking Lactoid?
I'm asking you.
No, because different industry in it. Sorry, your camera keeps cutting off.
It's fine. It does every 30 minutes.
Yeah, so that's fine. Okay. it's a different industry. It works differently.
So it's
This
a
is
different
why
industry,
I
okay.
specifically, when Scott asked me that question, I specifically talked about similar industries, right?
Okay, so
Like,
we'll,
I would
I'm
like
not
to
like
compare
a
myself to
surgeon.
Amouranth.
I'm
I'm
not
not
like
getting paid
a-
enough.
I'm not a surgeon, so like I'm not gonna make, especially like finally doing research. I'm not gonna make a wild speculation as to what a surgeon should be paid. Instead, I
what
would
should a
like
streamer
look
be
to
paid?
other.
It's almost like you're
Should there be
describing the
paid?
economic calculation problem,
You're a
and
streamer.
that states and
You're-
governments shouldn't be involved in
so
trying to
you,
I don't
determine
know what
price
you
when the
use it-
market should be.
so you
Maybe
yourself
within
are a
the
streamer.
different
You're not a
industry, there's
surgeon. Tell me what a streamer should be paid.
So streamers should
Streamers get paid by what they're donated to. The
No.
subs,
Yeah,
the
what
bits,
they're
the donations,
there has to be
But,
a
like,
pay.
it's a
There has to be a
different-
pay scale because voice
but it's
actors
a-
get paid what they
Why?
get paid
What the
for doing
what
certain,
no what
for
the
certain
market
jobs.
wants is what
Why?
they get paid.
So
Yeah.
Prime.
It's a
Wait,
different.
why
but
does the
it's a
streamer
different
and wait,
industry.
what is the similarity between the voice actor and the streamer?
They're both there for entertainment value. Now, Prime, you are a streamer.
That's
So
it?
tell.
No,
So
wait,
they're
wait,
not
wait,
the
wait,
same-
wait,
sorry,
wait, wait,
no,
wait, but
I'm
so-
sorry,
but
look,
so is Robert
you're
Downey
trying-
Jr. So
What
is Robert Downey Jr. So all of a sudden, are we all
what should a
equal life?
streamer be
Are we
paid?
equal
I'm
life?
talking
trying
to
to make
Prime.
a-
I'm talking to
useless-
Prime, Jay Chow. If
you're
you'd like to talk
making
to
a
the
I'm
useless
Amouranth
sorry. I'm
comparison.
sorry.
No,
You're
you
making-
can't
point
answer
is
my
so
question.
stupid that I
Jay
had to
Chow,
intervene.
no
Okay,
one,
if you
no
keep
one
on
even thought
talking-
your points were
if
on
you
point.
keep on
Okay,
talking-
no one thought you were on point when you
No,
were trying to talk. So
I am
Prime,
so
so we can
wrong.
keep doing this, Jay
So
Chow.
wrong.
You continue to
Okay,
keep trying
you
to
are-
interrupt me. This is
Okay.
hilarious. I find this absolutely hilarious.
Let me-
But
I'm
if we
trying
can
to-
be in Prime, can actually keep having our
an actual
conversation.
real big deal.
If me
an
and
actual
Prime
real
can
big
actually,
deal.
if me and
Okay,
Prime
I'm
can
actually
keep
gonna
having
make
our
a real point.
conversation,
Okay, a big deal
a
about
real
Twitch
point.
payout.
This is awesome.
A big
We're
deal
gonna make a
big
real
deal
point
about
from
Twitch
Jay
payout.
Chow.
Alright.
We
A
can
big
keep doing this
a big
all
issue.
fucking
Alright,
day,
okay,
bro. I'll just
okay,
keep talking into my mic.
Great. Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. Okay, great. We're out of time any which way for this. But like I'll say that I think your analogy here is useless because this is a completely different industry. This is why I was relating things from within the same industry. That because you these are different industries, they work differently. The pay works differently. And we talked about, hey, maybe even talking about changing the way the pays work. If that's not working within that industry, right? Maybe the way that streamers are paid now isn't the way that they always should be paid because we'll have a different formulation for that, right? They will figure out that well, right now they're getting paid through audience donation, and maybe we'll figure out there's a better way of doing that in the future. It's a possibility, right? But that's why I'm talking about within that same bracket, right? Talking about another. What difference does it make? What difference does it make how
I'm
streamers are
asking
paid?
you 'cause
Not
you're a
with voice
streamer.
acting. Voice
I'm
actors
asking
are
you-
different,
I'm
right?
ask-
You're
I'm
working
asking
for a
you because
company,
you're a
right?
streamer. I'm asking you because we're all working for
my
we're all
God.
working
I don't-
for Amazon.
sorry, I'm not
we're all
gonna
working
add-
for Amazon.
Yeah, that's nice.
All of us
All
right now are working
moving
for
on.
Amazon right now.
It's not this. All right. Yeah, great. So anyway, thanks so
The
much.
economic
everyone.
calculation problem gets another dub. It is still undefeated.
Thanks so much,
keeping track?
everyone,
Who's
for
determining that?
being here.
If it's you, I think
thanks
that's
so much.
biased.
Thanks so much for being here, everyone. Much appreciated. If you've enjoyed this conversation,
Oh shit!
such as it is, then hit that follow button. Hit that follow button.
Give me money.
Live. I do this all the time.
Also, Sir Leviticus, thanks
For
for
our
the
social
gifted tier
media,
sub.
follow us
Appreciate it.
on the socials, Twitter, Discord, TikTok, YouTube. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna go on to our next topic. And that's the bigger one. Topic 2. Amouranth leaked a personal conversation that she was having with her husband while on stream. Amouranth claimed that she was pressured to do 12 to 24-hour long streams by her husband for weeks straight. In any other business, these working hours would be considered abusive. Twitch seems more than fine with incredibly long subathons and never seems to take any action concerned for a streamer's health. Should Twitch impose limits on the amount of hours streamers can work to prevent abuse like this? Would it actually hurt streamers if they were limited? Or should everyone simply be responsible for their own welfare? So I mean, like I was saying at the start, that's why I was going to call this the labor stream, not the chess stream, but the labor stream, because
It's
we're
fucking
talking
chess
about-
day, boys.
It's not the chess stream. It's a labor stream because we're talking about labor, right? And So yeah, now we're talking about streamers. So maybe we could bring in that conversation again, Sproutacus. But yeah, so there's this big controversy with Amouranth. To be very clear, this conversation isn't about whether she was abused or not, right? From my calculation, it seems that she was, right? From the evidence that's been presented, she was very much abused, and I stand with Amouranth for that. I'm talking about necessarily like the responsibilities of Twitch, where people go for longer than 24 hours for their streams, right? This is the thing that happens. And what is the responsibility of the platform, if any at all? So, Chris, what you all have to say? Let's start with Lactoid.
Yeah. So I want to I won't talk too much about it, but yeah, I mean, this from what the phone call I heard was pretty brutal. So I hope things go well for her. I also heard some things that I would hope would be illegal, but we'll see. I don't think the lesson to get out of this is that we have to limit what like people do for their millions of dollars. I think it's more about there are psychopaths that abuse people. That should probably be the lesson here. We should, protecting people from psychopaths, protecting people from abuse, not hey, I want to stream for this amount of time for millions of dollars, right? Millions and millions and millions of dollars. I think that's not, when you put limits on that, when you say, no, sorry, you can't have your millions of dollars because I think you're working too much, it just seems super paternalistic. And I'm not a child, so I should be able to do what I want.
Thank you. Let's go, Scott, please.
Yeah, basically everything that Lactoid said. I'm in 100% agreement, right? If see, here's the thing, like just follow this through to logical conclusion. Let's say Twitch institutes a ban on any streams longer than 10 hours, right? Well, first and foremost, what are those fucking streams? So you're gonna have all of these fucking like adjudication and extra hiring for like their like duck sanctuaries that are live streamed like constantly, right? Like you're gonna have to like figure out what's an unhealthy, like, is it 2 different people? Is it 3 different people? Is it an event where there are people coming in and out and like there's not actually someone working 12 hours? All for this paternalistic need to protect people in these limit cases where they have someone with narcissism that's abusing and controlling them. It's silly, but even if that were to be implemented, you think Amaranth's abuser wouldn't just force her to switch to YouTube after 6 hours and then switch to fucking, and then like wink, wink, nudge, nudge, go to my website. I'm going to be a whore on OnlyFans. Like that's all that would happen. It wouldn't solve a single fucking problem. And it would cause them to spend more money, which would eventually either be put onto the consumer or onto the streamer. Like it's like advocating for all of us to make less money for no fucking reason for something that's not gonna fucking work. It's silly, and I think really it's just kind of like us trying to figure out a way to mix politics with the Amouranth drama, right? Like, let's be honest, that's what we're doing here. And and the situation is pretty fucked for her. I mean, you know what I mean? Like she's like the internet's most degenerate piece of shit as far as we all know. And at the same time, she's also pretty fairly clearly a fucking abuse victim that may have been forced into this. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Hope she's all right. And yeah, I don't think that this would solve a single fucking problem and would just cause more issues instead of letting the market decide these things.
Yeah, so let's like not call Amouranth a whore. Let's like not do that. That's not.
Isn't she?
Let's call a moratorium on the whore talk. Maybe let's do that.
What would you prefer I call her?
Yeah, call it a human being, a woman, Amouranth. Call her those things.
My mom's a human being and a woman. She's not fucking selling sex to minors.
Sure, you can. Hey, but hold on, don't worry, Scott. I didn't put a limit on calling your mother a whore, right? So if you want to do that, that's fine. But like, let's like not call Amouranth a whore.
What would you prefer I call her?
Guys, wait 1 second. I'll be right back.
What do you want me to call her?
Okay, gotcha. All right, Amouranth.
Sex worker.
Do that. Amouranth would work. Amouranth would work.
Oh, so we can't discuss the sex work at all?
No, we can discuss the sex work. It's fine. Like we're just not gonna call her whore, right? Just gonna call her. All right. Thank you. So, Wick, please.
At least not on Twitch.
Right? I mean, yeah, you're right. You might
no,
get in
not
trouble.
on this channel. I'm sorry, not on this channel.
That's fair. That's
Don't do it
fair.
here.
That's fair. Twitch loves their amaranths. They really do get a lot of money from teenagers
Please,
for their
come on,
amaranths.
Please, excuse me, please, quick.
Okay.
We said call her amaranth.
Yeah. So. Wow. Okay. Sorry. Cleanse. Back to the subject at hand. Right. So, there is no, I think, real solution policy-wise from Twitch's perspective to stop abuse, right? For the reasons Fabian and Lactoid laid out, right? It was mentioned in your chat, Uber doesn't let people drive more than 10 hours. This is very siloed into their specific area. So even if
I have to call her an
Twitch limited
amaranth.
Streams to being 12 hours a day.
I'm just
or
gonna
put
say
other
amaranth
restrictors
thing.
on this
an
would not
amaranth
stop the
thing
abuse
about-
from happening, and it would stop people who, for whatever reason, wants to do a 24-hour
Hey,
charity
sorry,
stream.
well, 1 second before you go, continue on. I want to hear what you have to say, right? But I think maybe people have misinterpreted my question, right? So people not answer the wrong thing, right? So I said in the question, at her working 12 to 24-hour long streams, in any other business, these working hours would be considered abusive. So what I'm talking about here in the sentence is not her emotional abuse that she's receiving from her husband, right? That's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to in terms of work hours. If I said it's a labor issue, in terms of the work hours, those work hours.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
I
understand. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in other industries, you're required. If you want to keep your job, you have to work for X hours a day. I don't stream for 10 hours a day. I stream for about 3, 5 when I come on your show, Prime. This is a personal choice I've decided to make, based on what I feel comfortable with. And the problem that Amouranth was feeling, the pressures she was under, right, was twofold. One, she had the external pressures we all face from our viewership and our audience to produce content, the kind of content they want, audience capture, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These are all pressures upon us. But she faced the additional pressures to stream longer than she wanted to, right, to the abusive hours due to her husband, allegedly, right? And I have every reason to believe her based on what I've seen, right? This is the problem here. If Twitch, when we talk about the reasons the hours in other industries are exploitative is because you are required to meet those hours. In Twitch and streaming, it's a different beast. Much like streaming is much different than voice acting, right? There are different things at play, different factors at play, right? That we have to take into consideration here. So Twitch streaming is not as coercive in the same way as a company that requires you to work 8 hours a day and do shifts would be if they upped your hours to 16 hours a day required. That's my point, and that's where my case would lie. Is I do not think that streaming is the same as other industries, nor should it be treated the same as other industries when it comes to hours worked. Does that answer your question? Is that where you wanted to go?
It's definitely closer. So thank you so much. I much appreciate it. Let's go to Sproticus.
We're just drama streaming.
Uber,
obviously,
and
just admit
we're not driving here on stream. I wish I was as talented as other streamers, but I can't keep my 3 viewers while I sleep. So I can't really do sleep streams very well. So you don't really see me doing these 24-hour streams. But I mean, people do sleep streams. They sit there and they'll stream for a while, then they'll go take a nap on their couch. And for several hours, and people will be in chat oh, look, cute, they're napping. I find it absolutely weird. And of course my viewers probably do too, because if I tried it, I would probably end up with 0 viewers, except for the one every now and then that comes to see what I'm doing, and it just sees me sleeping, and then it immediately clicks off.
Or a lot more.
Yeah, so but no, you can sleep when you stream. This is not the same as regular work hours. You can choose what you're gonna do. You can go do video game. You can even relax. You can just sit there and watch YouTube if you want to. Just ignore chat, right? This isn't it's work. This is very much so a relaxed environment into which you can do what you want to do, given that you don't care about your viewers. But if you care about your viewers, you can be a little bit more restricted, but at the same time, Twitch shouldn't limit us as to whether or not we care about our viewers or not. I'm sure the people that have a 24-hour duck stream don't really care about the viewers. They more so care about everyone looking at their ducks. So it comes down to that. And Twitch should not parent us on whether or not we care about our viewers.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Jay Chow.
Yeah, so when I think about this kind of policy of, hey, maybe Twitch on their side should limit the number of hours or like how long streamers could actually stream, I started thinking about like what other countries have been doing in terms of like just in general internet usage. So like in South Korea, you could only stay on social media for so long, and that's like apparently tied to like your social security number. And then in China, they recently did something where if you're like a student or like under a certain age, then you could only play a certain number of like hours of video games on the weekdays or the weekends. And China and South Korea, well, like when it comes to like their politics, well, you could say that they're worlds apart. South Korea being like a liberal democracy and things like that. And certainly if Twitch wanted to limit how long we could actually stream, they could, so long as they want to. It's already within their TOS that like we can't stream certain things such as like profanity or like violence, nudity, and things like that. And for a number of these reasons has to do with health, the health of the viewers, the health of the streamers as well. And so then when it comes to like, staying up 24 hours or even longer, I've been one to stay up multiple days doing assignments or even like doing streams. It's pretty grueling. It's pretty taxing. You feel like shit, and it's not healthy at all. And then like to have a company be like, okay, well we're going to allow this and not doing anything about it. Yeah, it kind of strikes me as weird. What's really nice that and Spark has brought this up is that like it used to be that when you did a 24-hour stream, that you were supposed to stay up. You were supposed to game through that 24 hours. You weren't supposed to sleep, take naps, take breaks. Like that was taboo against the 24-hour stream. But then nowadays, 24-hour streams, it's no longer like that. You are now allowed to take a nap. You are now allowed to sleep. You are now allowed to just like do regular things. Like Ludwig, when he did like his 30-day stream, his subathon, he was just like after the first couple of days, he just ended up doing stuff like taking a shower or like making food or just like talking with his housemates. And so long as I think so long as you're doing it in a healthy way, it's perfectly fine. Like showing your duck collection for 24 hours a day, it isn't like that unhealthy. It's not taxing on your body. But if you're like going to be staying up for 24 hours just to play a video game, like one, I'm going to start to judge you. But two, like on the Twitch side, like, would you really want your streamers to do that? Like, what if somebody died? What if somebody did that from exhaustion because they had no energy? What is then Twitch going to do? Are they going to be like, okay, well, you know what? It's their fault for doing that. Like, of course they're going to take action. And so then I just think like the obvious answer is, hey, if it's a problem, they should do something about it. Duh.
Thank you, Jay Chow. That's exactly where I want to take it. So thank you so much for that. Doobie, are you back? Okay, I guess.
Actually, I just got
silent.
Oh, Doobie's actually sleeping right now. He's taking a nap for his stream. It's just really hard to tell because he's a frog.
Doobie, you're back?
Yeah, I'm back. I just got back like a few seconds ago.
Okay.
So I think it seems pretty like I think that like in any other industry, right, there'd be regulations to say you can't do 12-hour, 24-hour straight stream. And we have like even like Uber or like DoorDash or whatever have limits on how long their contracted drivers can drive. Right? Truck drivers, same shit. Right? They don't want you overworking yourself. Right, because it's a danger to you and to everybody else on the road. But also, there's like a lot of like mental and physical health issues that could come up just from overworking yourself, right? And I think it's strange that we put streamers in like a different category and say, hey, it's okay for this person, for Twitch to allow these people to basically self-harm on the platform, because it's not a real job or something, right? Which is I think basically the way that they look at it. So I think it's reasonable to expect Twitch to impose some kind of like restrictions on that. And if you were to say like, hey, yeah, she could just go to YouTube. Well, fuck, YouTube should do it too. I think there needs to be more like, not more, just like any fucking consideration paid to the health, mental health, physical health of the people on the platform, like who build the platform, who maintain the platform through their activity on the platform. And the fact these companies just get away with this, with like just totally like ignoring this issue, is I think really problematic. Another thing that like and the fact that with the Amouranth situation specifically, is that on their platform, because they've allowed it to become like a lot of these streams are basically like advertisements for OnlyFans. Right? They're very like explicitly sexual, like pretty clearly. And you hear a lot about like sex workers being pressured into stuff for their husbands or partners or whatever, right? And I think that this happening to Amouranth, because apparently she never wanted to do OnlyFans, never wanted to do bathtub streams, never wanted to do any of the sexual shit, right? And she was pressured into it by her husband, and then pressured to be more and more explicit by her husband. So the fact that we're basically like, you have Twitch benefiting from the what I think amounts to pretty close to like forced prostitution of a woman on the platform, and there's like no liability on their part, that they're allowing their platform to be a host of this shit, like at all. There's nothing, right? Like I think that's unacceptable. I think there should be some kind of protection. Should be some liability on Twitch's part.
Thanks so
Twitch
much.
supposed to know this.
The
though.
day has come, Julie and I
How-
say almost the same
How
exact
is
thing.
Twitch supposed to know this? First off, and then second off, we're not drivers. Me falling asleep in my chair while I'm streaming has much less tragic consequences than me falling asleep in the driver's seat of a semi truck. Those are two very different consequences.
And let's talk about the abuse, right? Because I think this is I think the strongest point you have, Doobie, is that again, according to Amouranth, and I believe her, right? She was pressured into doing things she did not want, sexually explicit things she did not want. This was platformed by Twitch, and Twitch profited, at least indirectly, off of this. The problem here becomes fuck, I forgot my point. I was going on it, and then I lost it.
The problem
It happens,
here,
man.
Amouranth
It
is
happens.
pressured.
Okay. Yeah. So okay. So the solutions to that aren't on Twitch's side. Like, if we want to limit abuse, if we want to provide more exit points for people who are victims of abuse and trapped in coercive relationships, coercive partnerships, and things like that, the solutions here aren't on liability. They aren't liability solutions. We got to look at providing more resources for victims of abuse, more of a social safety net for people who can feel comfortable to get out of these situations that they feel trapped in. If we can do that, that is where I think the solution lies, because trying to do this through a liability perspective is going to, what it's going to do is going to hurt those people who just want to make money, you know, showing off their goods. Like, if I want to start an OnlyFans and Only Beards, right? And I wanted to make my show is just a 24-hour beard stream where I like run my hand through my beard and shit like that, I should be allowed to do so. It's about consent. And at the end of the day, if someone wants to do a 24-hour stream, because as Sprout said, the consequences for that are not nearly as severe as operating heavy machinery or other like driving, things like that. They should be allowed to do so, and simply because abuses happen is no reason to tackle this from a liability perspective. That's my point.
I want to clarify.
I'm gonna deal with
Clarify
this.
something.
So, consent. Okay. If it sounds like so long as there's consent, then it's okay. I disagree.
That's not true.
Just because there's consent, just because
Hey,
it was
thanks
someone's
for
choice to do
thanks
a
to the raid, Mighty
24-hour
Joe.
stream doesn't mean that there shouldn't be some systems or organizations that will say, hey, no, you can't do that. And it's like,
So,
hey, for your
extend
example,
this.
for
Let's extend this. G-Chow, let's go
I
with
still
this. Let's tackle this.
maybe after I finish talking. Okay,
Oh my
so if you want to do a 24-hour stream just rubbing your beard, if you didn't have like sleep deprivation because of that, if you didn't have like energy depletion because of that, like if you weren't like actually harming yourself, and you do harm yourself when you stay up for 24 hours, we all are in agreement on that, right? Okay. Then all of a sudden, you doing that 24-hour beard stream is no longer acceptable from a health standpoint. And
Is
like,
it?
But what the streaming has this to do?
Because when people are streaming and they're doing 24-hour streams,
I stayed up for 24-hour streams.
Yes, exactly. You did, and that was against your health, correct?
Not always.
Again, I'm arguing that just because you consented to doing that, just because you made the choice to do that, doesn't mean that it doesn't like allow the company who is like providing you this platform to not limit you against do that.
What you are arguing for is someone who chooses to stay up for 24 hours for whatever reason. You are arguing for like mandated bedtimes, basically.
Streaming itself
right?
is against your health.
Mandated and so is
bedtime.
Uber.
Like,
apparently, so is Uber. They're arguing for.
J-Chow.
They're implementing mandatory bedtimes as well. It's like, okay,
J-Chow.
yeah, you know what? Bedtimes is good. Go to fucking sleep, guys. Like,
okay.
The amount of people who I've had to deal with. And they're students, by the way, who tell me that, like, oh, I was doing my assignment last minute. I stay up to like 4 a.m. I'm like, no, why the fuck
this
are
is
you
unhealthy
doing that?
for me too. Should Twitch limit my ability to stream myself drinking Coca-Cola?
Hey, there are sugar taxes that exist for every single
Should
Twitch
limit my ability to drink Coca-Cola on stream?
It's not on Twitch's prerogative. No, okay, we're dealing with Twitch and
I am
streaming.
hurting myself.
We're not dealing with
doing
you and
self-harm right now.
Oh, okay. So
hell
once
yeah,
again,
brother.
Okay. So here's the problem.
Stupid.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Once again, okay, sugar tax.
24 hours.
Sugar tax exists.
Your argument is
okay, why do you have to go to Twitch for that? Why does Twitch have to be a liability for you drinking Coca-Cola?
That's
when
your
the problem that we're talking about is you streaming on Twitch.
Twitch not be allowed because it harms me.
Why are you making this about Coca-Cola?
Okay.
Why is this allowed?
Okay, guys, please knock it off. All right, we got it. Latchwood was next, and then we'll go to Scott.
I just wanted to clarify, just so we're all clear on how this works. So, Prime, I thought you were trying to compare it to other positions, other types of jobs in which generally you can't work over a certain amount of time. Now, that's not always true, right? There's a lot of jobs that are exempt from overtime requirements. Most of the time, you could still make your employees work more. You used to pay them more. But if they make over a certain amount, or if they're in a particular field, or if they're independent contractors, I think that's an important part as well. There's all sorts of things that that can remove that requirement, make them exempt. Now, obviously, if you're a driver, you're under different requirements because of the hazard you pose to other people on the road. But so for example, lawyers are not under a overtime requirement. So and it's not unheard of at all for during trial weeks. 12-hour, 14-hour days. That's very normal. For in this world, and people like on Wall Street, certain data analysts, my state has like a laundry list, like all agricultural workers, certain restaurant workers, yada 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 yada. Like you go down the list, and then also like groups of people who make more than this, groups of people that make more than this. There's all these exceptions, and the reason for these exceptions generally is the idea is these laws. Although I agree it should be just based on consent, there's also these laws which try to protect people who are in a weak bargaining position from being forced to work a fuck ton and not getting a bunch of money from out of it, right? At least not what the state thinks that they're worth, which is why they can work extra. They just have to be paid extra. The problem is Amouranth is making millions of dollars, so she would likely be exempt. And I mean, even if we made Twitch pay her time and a half, I mean that's. She could still be doing 12-hour, 24-hour streams.
So
legally.
what difference does it make how much she's working, right? And I'm trying to expand this beyond just Amouranth. Like that's why I'm trying to make this like a labor issue, just an opportunity to talk about labor. Sorry, I'm getting some little static from someone. So
yeah, I'm hearing it too.
Well, we can talk about labor, right? The reason why they have the pay requirements there is again because the logic goes that we don't want people working a fuck ton if they're not making commiserate pay. Because logically, if you were making a fuck ton of money, we're not going to feel very sorry for you if you have to work a whole bunch, or you can just not work a whole bunch, especially if you're a streamer who you are in control of your own hours, similar to like a plumber, right? Are we really going to go stop a plumber if they work more than 12 hours a day fixing leaks?
Yes. We might. because look,
We don't.
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying we might want to.
Wait. I'm making a should argument, and you bring up that we don't, as in like that's in reality. Okay.
Sure. So you're saying that like if a plumber's out there and he's had a fuck ton of coffee, he's a good worker, he's worked 12 hours, he's not
Fuck, man,
putting
coffee,
anybody else
really?
harm. You're saying that like we should have like who's gonna stop him? Like he owns his own shit. We're gonna like send the cops to go like you can't work anymore, like go to bed. The cops are gonna tell this guy to go to bed.
Mandatory bedtime,
I see
Mandatory
a
bedtime?
problem. I see a problem with like the law enforcement coming in to enforce something. So then, like, probably my angle would be let's try to create like a social norm of like, hey, let's not overwork ourselves. Like, it's not worth the money. Like, there's always another day.
It's an entirely different argument.
Why couldn't we just be reasonable, like, as people to believe in that?
Let me try to take a different angle with this. So Lactoid, so if that plumber was working for like a plumber company, right? Like a group of plumbers, right? I don't know, Roto-Rooter, I think that's the one.
Yeah, something like that,
yeah. But and they were forcing them to go for 12 hours, right, or longer. Then yeah, I might want to stop them. I'm trying to figure out where if liability lies anywhere, right? And maybe it doesn't. Maybe it lies nowhere. But so, I'll just get to DB right after this. Like if streamers were like doing 24-hour streams, just for example, and they were dropping dead from heart attacks, right? Would it be the case that Twitch has no liability, right? Has literally nothing to do with this. If they're just dropping dead, right? They're doing just regular thing. Maybe they're just stroking their beard for 24 hours, right? And then they literally die. Will we say that as a publisher, they have no responsibility, or platform, excuse me, they have no responsibility? Go ahead, you can respond.
So I think you said something interesting when you said, what if there's like a firm of plumbers like Roto-Rooter who's forcing this guy to work more than 12 hours? Now, obviously, like the libertarian answer is, well, you can just quit. You're not being forced to do anything. But this isn't even that far, right? It's more equivalent to you're a plumber. You pick whatever hours you work, and we're never going to fire you, even if you don't work anything, because that's Amaranth's position. She can choose literally. I mean, other besides this, psychopath.
Mm-hmm. Besides the abuse, yeah.
We have to go out. We have to go after him. But it's not like Twitch is doing this to her, right? Twitch is not like saying you have to stream this many hours a day, otherwise you're off. It's more like, for most streamers, it's, it's up to you. Like, you're not going to come after you. We're not forcing you to stream a certain amount a day. And if you want to make more money, like, put in more hours, right? So that's that's like a more comparable thing. If the comparison would be like a Roto-Rooter employee who,
sets their own hours.
Sets their own hours, and then they have some abusive spouse who's making them work more. Are we really going to go after Roto-Rooter? Or are we going to go after the abusive spouse?
If through Roto-Rooter they're getting their jobs, right? Because that's how they're working, right? They're working with Roto-Rooter to get their job, just like Amouranth is working through Twitch to get her donations, right? Yeah. And they notice that this person has worked 36 hours straight, right? And they're just like keep getting them jobs, and then this guy drops dead. Yeah, maybe they might. Roto-Rooter should have some sort of liability. Like, what's going on here? They ask no questions. If all their plumbers in this case were working extreme hours and then like dying, will we say that they have nothing? Like, oh well, they just took the jobs, and I guess whatever, right?
So I would say so because, like, for example, like, going back to my experience, I guess, during those trial weeks in which I'm working 12 to 14-hour days, it's incredibly stressful, right? The only reason I'm putting in that amount of time is because I want to win and, do good for the person who's paying me. And if I was so stressed out and I dropped dead, I don't think the client should like be responsible for my death, right? I mean, they're paying me to go do work for them, but ultimately, like, I chose to take on the job. And in this case, although it's not entirely the case with me that I can set my own hours, this person can, obviously besides the fucking psychopath. which
Okay.
maybe should get arrested by the police. But that's not Twitch. I don't think that's Twitch. Right? That's not Twitch.
Are we gonna blame OnlyFans though? Because really Twitch was
Let's
part
not
of
talk
a
about
ploy
OnlyFans.
to
Your camera's
advertise for
still
OnlyFans.
All right. So
Yeah,
I want to continue
And
lactoids.
and hold on,
hypothetical.
I want to let in Doobie because Doobie was next, and then
That's
we'll
fine.
go back to you. On Spartacus, that static thing was coming from you, so like maybe it's like
Okay.
maybe you're on the mic.
I'll
I don't know.
look for it, but
Yeah, please, thank you. Doobie, please.
Yeah, so I guess what I'd ask, oh god, the dog's barking. What I'd ask Lactoid is, so if that same, it's kind of what Prem asked, right? So if that plumber wasn't being forced by anybody, but he was independently working fucking 30-hour shifts, right? Just working himself ragged, and he was hurting himself, right? Because he started to fuck up. People were still hiring him. He's still doing the work, and the only damage he was doing was to himself. Isn't there like some, at some point, when you say that, hey, this person should not be working, and there should be a governing agency that comes and says, hey, you can't work anymore because you're fucked, right? You're working yourself ragged. You need to take a break, right? I think that's reasonable. And I think that with Twitch, the reason I think it makes sense here is because you have people on stream like Amouranth, like other Twitch streamers. It's part of the Twitch culture now, right? You have them do a 24-hour stream, a streamathon. It's part of the culture, right? And you have people basically doing self-harm on the platform as part of the culture, right? Which is pretty fucked. It's like an accepted part of the Twitch like atmosphere, right? So given that this is happening on the platform, like, is there any responsibility from Twitch to say, hey, you can't use our platform to self-harm in public?
I don't think it would apply for sure. I don't think it's self-harm whatsoever, even if it's like 14-hour days, because you have people with incredibly high work ethics. Maybe they want to go that extra mile, make that extra money, and make the extra money for working 14-hour days. Like people in my industry sometimes, right? I could see the argument that somebody's self-harming if they're 4 to 8 hours in and they haven't slept. Sleep deprivation could maybe be argued as like a health risk there. I get that argument, but I also think about, and this might be an argument that you guys won't like, but when you choose to go into an industry, there are certain risks that you accept while going into that industry, right? So even if you're streaming 24-hour days on stream, your job is not as dangerous as like a commercial fisherman or a lumberjack, or like in the military, right? There's jobs you can do that, or being a driver, right? Like there are jobs you can do that are just incredibly dangerous, and you make a lot less than Amouranth does, and you work sometimes more, sometimes you work a lot less, but the overall risk to your health is dramatically higher. And it seems weird that we would draw the line when it comes to streaming, right? Like no, like streaming 24 hours, that's too dangerous. While we're accepting the fact that certain people are getting their heads cut off, using lumber equipment, which just comes with.
But I'm saying we shouldn't accept that, right?
You have to, otherwise you don't have lumber.
Wait, hold on. But I'm saying that if those people were working 24-hour shifts, even if they were like independent contractors, right? And it was like, hey, the only person they're putting at risk is themselves. Then we should say, hey, we're not going to accept this. We need to have regulations say you can't work 24-hour shifts. So you're going to fucking hurt yourself.
Right. But doing the job to begin with.
Pulling that to Twitch, right? And I think a lot of I think people tend to ignore the risks that come with having like a Twitch platform, and I don't, right? But I see it. Is you're putting yourself out there in front of hundreds, sometimes thousands of people, right? And this shit stays on the internet for fucking ever, and this leads to a lot of people having like a ton of mental health problems and mental breakdowns on stream fucking constantly. Like a lot of the Twitch discourse is who's having a mental breakdown this week.
Yeah,
in public for all of us to talk about and look at, right? So
I get it.
So there is a risk here to these people. We can't just say that it doesn't exist, I think. And given that Twitch, that there's like an incentive from Twitch's end to not only encourage these people, these mentally unwell people, to continue streaming, but then have long streams because Twitch makes money from their advertisements or whatever the fuck. And then there's like an incentive within the culture to highlight these mental breakdowns and shit, because it fuels the discourse and gives them something to talk about. I think it's silly to just ignore all this and say, hey, well, they're doing it to themselves. So even if it's happening on their platform, Twitch's platform, Twitch should be able to just wipe their hands of it.
Doobie, can I ask you a question?
Sorry, let finish.
Let me respond.
And then it's Chow, and then Wick.
So it might be difficult when we're talking about somebody who makes
Sorry,
so
did
much.
did you have your hand up? I'm sorry. Did I?
Before Lactoid started talking, and you were like, yeah, I got you.
Oh, I did. I don't
It's
think
fine.
I
It's fine.
You. I
It's
didn't
fine.
see you. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't do it on purpose.
So it might be different when we're talking about somebody who makes so much money that like they very well may be better off just overall not doing 24-hour streams. But you know, if I start my own lumber company, I think it'd be ridiculous to mandate that I mitigate the risks as much as possible, even if it affects my finances. So, like, you could make lumber.
Fuck you, little bits.
Incredibly safe. If I'm out chopping trees, you could say, okay, a new government rule: in order to go down and chop trees, you have to wear a full suit of like power armor that you have to buy. So then you cannot be hurt by any of like the fucking lumber machinery. You know, that'd be ridiculous. And I would say, well, I'm not going to make money off that, right? I'm not going to make enough money now doing what I want to do in order to live. There's a lot of streamers, maybe not Amouranth, but maybe some other streamers who are like more mid-level streamers who, like, if you limit how much they can stream, like, you might be trying to do good, but now you just fuck them over a huge part of their income that they rely on to survive.
Oh, hold on, but if that income is being generated through their public mental breakdowns and continued like mental self-harm, then yeah, I think that's, it just is what it is. Right?
What
like,
if they have the mental fortitude to,
I
like,
can think of,
handle
well,
it?
plenty of people do not, right? So
Then those particular people,
plenty of people start with that mental fortitude and it gets worn down by the grind, and at some point they fucking snap, right?
That's
so
jobs.
there are a bunch of people that we can go through. Somebody very specific that I'm thinking of right now, who had like a weeks long or months long mental breakdown on multiple streams, was propped up by streamers who wanted to draw attention to the mental breakdowns.
Oh, I know what.
And it was awful to see, but it was totally acceptable within Twitch's guidelines, and Twitch had no responsibility for allowing this person to self-harm and to be predated on by all these other streamers who wanted to make them like a spectacle. Right? I think they, when you have a public platform like this, right, and you're supposed to be in control of what's happening on that platform, you're the publisher, right? You do have some responsibility when people are literally self-harming on your fucking platform. If these people started cutting their wrists on the platform, you'd have responsibility, I think.
Doobie, if you have evidence, I'm not sure I even buy the premise, but even if I do, the only solution there would be if you have evidence this person has a actual problem or is like showing they're being a danger to themselves or others. That's like, that would be when you can intervene. Like, maybe if someone's like a raging alcoholic, like some fucking streamers I can think of, like, who took it way too far, maybe that would be like a line that Twitch can be like, okay, like, this person has to stop fucking drinking Jägermeister on stream and like doing like really rapey shit. Like, you can't do that, right? That you're obviously have a real fucking problem. But like me with one beer, I mean, I'm obviously like, this isn't a reason to ban all like, bottles of beer on stream, right? I mean, some people don't have an issue
alcoholic.
with it. It's my industry. Everybody in this fucking industry is alcoholic. All of them, except for me.
Let's go to Doobie. Doobie, you can respond, and then we'll go to Scott Childwick. Okay, all right.
I think it'd be reasonable. So if Twitch has an issue with people getting drunk on streams and fucking up their lives or humiliating themselves and doing a ton of like self-harm, either to their public image or to their mental health, right? Because they're getting drunk on streams and people are taking the clips and putting them fucking everywhere. I think it's reasonable for Twitch to say, hey, if you're going to stream on our platform, you can't be drinking alcohol, you can't be getting high, you can't be doing weed or mushrooms or whatever the fuck you're doing. We don't want this stuff on our platform because we don't want our platform to be the kind of place where people come to watch like train wreck, right? But I think the reality is that that is kind of what Twitch wants sometimes, right? Unfortunately. But if that's what they want, I think there's some liability that should come with that.
I don't think self-humiliation is self-harm, though.
Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, so weirdly enough, I'll agree with Doobie here. I don't really see a problem if Twitch wants to institute the rule themselves, right? I mean, like, if Twitch decides for whatever reason that that's what they want to do, sure, do it. It's not in anybody's interest. It's not helpful to anybody. Like, if Twitch wants to kill their platform faster by getting rid of content that people demand, which is long streams and things like that, so that they can go to their competition and end up on Cozy or Comfy or some new site or YouTube, etc., right? Like, it's not really a smart move for them. Furthermore, like, the policing of it is going to cause them to have to hire additional staff to be able to figure out, like, who's actually streaming for that period of time, unless they just want to make like a blanket ban on all streams that they have a certain time limit. And that's going to cause even more people that do different types of content that this is a complete non-issue to, like 24-hour duck streams or something, right? To just go to YouTube and be like, oh, well, Twitch banned my type of content for no fucking reason. So we're going to just do the 24-hour stream on YouTube and it'll just kill the platform faster. The other thing is like this idea that like 24-hour streams are like this terrible thing. 3 of us are fucking military veterans. Like we've done CQ shifts, right? Like it's much more like a CQ shift than it is fucking like driving a vehicle. You sit at a fucking desk, you answer things, you take fucking names when they come into the barracks, and you just fucking chill, fuck around on your phone, and you do some cleaning, and then you get the next day off. Like you set your own hours. The other thing is also 8 hours, 40 hours a week of concrete work is far more damaging to your body than doing a 24-hour stream once a week. I'm sorry, like just regular construction work ruins your fucking, especially concrete work. You're likely to get silicosis. You're likely to get like mesothelioma. You fucking destroy your knees. But people do that. They sacrifice their body. That's what working is you give up your body so that you can make profits, or not profits, so that you can make a wage, so that you can do the things that you want to do. And the idea that like Twitch should step in to engage in something that's not gonna fucking work anyways, to fix a problem that is like this perceived problem, is not the answer. The answer is you, the consumer, the person watching Prime Kais right now. When it gets to be 6 o'clock in the morning, telling Prime Kais, go to fuck to bed because I'm going to bed too, watching Prime Kais' views drop at 6 a.m. and then him being like, hey, you know what? People want me to go to bed. I should go to bed and I should get some rest. And then maybe I can show up on time for my fucking for my Reverie because I'm not so fucking sleepy and I got shit done. Like that's the answer. Like, and you know, because the idea also that like Twitch is incentivized to allow this. No, they're fucking not. Like people move from one stream to another. I mean, I don't have the market research on like what percentage drop site as opposed to drop to another streamer. Like maybe they're financially incentivized to a certain point, but like, I don't know. I'd need to see that research that there's like this big profit they get by allowing these streams. Like it just doesn't make sense.
Okay, so the Chow and then Wit, please.
Okay, so there's been multiple times in which people bring up that there are more dangerous jobs out there, which is a non sequitur because it does not devalue the harm that you do to yourself when you stay up for 24 hours. And for those kinds of jobs, well, we would argue that there ought to be regulations that makes those jobs a lot safer. When it comes to the lumberjack, maybe you shouldn't be cutting down trees at night. Or if you are going to, maybe you should have like ample lighting to make sure that like when you cut down a tree's not going to fall on you and kill you. Like we have standards and practices that yes are going to cost companies initially money, but it's all for the sake of like safe labor practices. It's all for the sake of like having a society that like we're not just going to have like capitalism that doesn't care about lives and only cares about profits and what is the cheapest way of doing things. So then like when it comes to, and I think Doobie like keeps on hitting the nail on the head, like when it comes to Twitch having a platform and knowing that there are people who are essentially committing self-harm to themselves, even though it is consensual, even though if it is like themselves chosen, then like, yeah, I would say that like that's kind of weird. They should do something about that. And like, I think this should also be just like a general industry platform. You should do this, Coast, you should do this. Like, all these live streaming platform companies should be doing this.
You
it's
think
like
Cozy cares?
Well, like,
Okay, no.
Okay, well, no,
question,
wait, Cozy
why is
not
that your
caring. Hold on,
line?
no.
Where's
Cozy
your
not caring
line?
does not devalue my argument. Okay, that like it should do that. All right.
Where is your
So,
line?
like,
Right?
so,
because
like,
because I gave.
Oh yeah,
like,
beautiful.
Relax,
No,
Jay
I want to answer this
Chow.
question. Wait, shut the
Jay
fuck
Chow,
up. Okay,
relax.
Okay, where's the line?
Jay Chow,
No, where's the
fucking
line?
relax.
Where's the
Kid,
line?
relax.
You're just not being a
When-
kid.
Yes, I did, because you're acting like a kid.
All right, grown ass
relax.
adult man. Okay, wise of all. Okay, so then when it comes to the line,
listen. I
Jesus
gave you an
fucking
example.
Christ, dude, I'm answering your question.
Just
calmly.
relax
What
for
the
a
fuck?
second.
Oh
Okay,
my
J-Chow,
God.
stop spurting out.
I'm not sure. Hold on a second. Scott, I'm not sure you got your question out, so you can get the. You want to answer his question? It's
I'll
fine.
be quick.
Scott, get your question out so you can answer it.
I'll be quick. So I gave you an example of like regular work that is obviously more harmful than the other. And your argument is that there should be some sensible regulation. But my question is if you don't care about voluntarism, you don't care about what people are voluntarily choosing to do, and you believe that the government or platform should step in at some place, like where is that line for you in terms of like what is damaging? Because it can't be any damage because work is damage. So like what is an acceptable level that you think Twitch needs to regulate and why?
Okay, I've listened to Fabian's question and I've muted him. So where do I draw the line? I don't think answering Fabian's question is actually that helpful because it has something to do with like government policy and other jobs. What I do want to answer though is what Lactoid was bringing up, which like he kept on bringing up that like we're going to be limiting like the amount of revenue that streamers are going to be obtaining because we're going to like not allow them to do 24-hour streams, which is just not true. Because we actually haven't even like established what is that line. Like,
this guy's never heard of a fucking
proper maximum limit that we would want.
Yeah, I asked that question
to stream for like per day, and I don't think like this is an educated answer, but it's one that like I've thought about. I think like a good healthy maximum number of hours per day would be 8 hours. I think beyond 8 hours is just like
8 hours.
You need to be able to sleep. You need to be able to like do your chores, take care of yourself, like
you need
care
to
for
sleep
your family
16 hours a day, guys.
All things.
60 hours a day.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, Spartacus. If like your idea of living life is like stream 8 hours and then sleep, wake up, stream, and like you're not shitting, you're not drinking, you're not.
What if
like,
someone wants to be a workaholic?
What if someone wants to be a workaholic? It is like, dude, like not like 9 to 5 is 8 hours.
What if someone wants to work?
Like imagine if like I told you that like yo a standard like Monday to Friday work hours life is 9 to 5. That's 8 hours. Like what? 8 hours? What are you gonna do for the rest of the hours?
What if I told you every successful? What if I told you every successful person didn't only work 9 to 5? What if I told you every person that's actually made it successfully didn't just work 9 to 5? They worked outside of those hours too. What if I told you that?
Okay, success. Okay, I'm not really so concerned
he's
about like
just
success of people.
He already said a 30-day Ludwig stream was fine.
In life or not? Like my main concern on this topic is health.
He's just memeing.
And like when it comes to
he doesn't
Twitch
care
as a company and like them regulating their
but
platform.
That's not your concern.
Then like I think of course it is my concern.
And why are you not concerned with people drinking on the stream?
Sure, Wick, it's your turn.
So then let's.
Why are you are?
Yes. Okay, no,
Wait,
stop.
No,
No, you don't. Drinking. Okay,
So,
let's deal with drinking. So Lactoid before mentioned that like, hey, I'm allowed to drink 1 beer.
Cheers.
Okay, that is fine. Twitch says that is fine. But like when you're getting shit-faced and you're throwing up and like you're collapsing on yourself and you're just saying like, not even saying anything, okay? When you're like actually committing self-harm when it comes to drinking, that's when it becomes a no-no. You get banned for that. The Smash Melee player, a streamer, Mango, got banned for that. He wasn't even shit-faced, okay? He was drinking alcohol. Okay, I was talking about.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked you.
Example.
Okay. I'm not asking about Lactoid.
And then I'll bring you, and then I'll talk about your stupid sugary Coca-Cola shit. Okay,
it's harm.
Okay,
I am lowering my life
expectancy. It is, and you know what, Wick? It is harm. You are committing a self-harm. Okay?
Should I be banned?
And you are being really stupid. You know what? I get it. Okay, caffeine addiction is a thing.
That's a good question.
I was in it before.
Why?
I really hope that you get out of it. I really hope that you get out of it.
For my own sake. Why should I not be banned?
So then Lactoid, like, okay.
Can I answer?
Okay, Twitch says that you can't get shit faced. You can't get shit faced. Or else it's bannable. Okay, and I think
we all get it, J-Chow.
The equivalent extreme of drinking too much is streaming too much. like doing a 24-hour.
Does anyone here think Jay
Okay.
Chow needs a beer to calm the
So,
fuck
okay,
down?
okay.
Yes.
So I gotta get Wick in. Wick has been waiting. Lactoid, you can answer afterwards if you want to engage, please. Wick.
So the problem I'm having here, right, is it comes to who gets to decide what is too much to stream. Like some people, this is their hobby. It isn't even their job. They don't make any money on this. They just want a place to have a community where they come on, they play some video games, and then they're done. Right? They are not monetizing it. They're not incentivizing it. And to Doobie's point earlier, right? I would like to know what precisely that Twitch as a company is doing that is incentivizing or causing, that is causal to people abusing people's mental health. Now, I will agree with you. That's gross. That's gross. That example you gave, I'm familiar with it. It was gross. I have no respect for anyone who engaged in that kind of passing around a victim, right? Like that. I think that was gross. But at the same time, right? What mechanism or what policy or what was in place that Twitch had that caused this to happen?
You want
I
Doobie
think
to answer this, or
Well, I think it has a lot. So there are two things. So Twitch obviously has an incentive to draw like an audience, right? To stream.
Sure, but we could see
streamers also have this incentive. Please,
Yeah,
streamers also have this incentive, right? Which is, I think, why that passing around of that victim happened. In fact, I don't even know if I feel comfortable calling them. I think those people victimize that person, right, more than the original person. Okay, to be clear. So those people passing that victim around, and making content out of like the emotional mental breakdown that was clearly happening long form on many streams over the course of like weeks or months, right? And people picking at the scab when things calm down to reignite it because it was great content for them, right? This kind of shit, I think that Twitch should have a policy where if this is going on and there's evidence of it, they should ban the people that are doing this, first off, taking advantage of that person. But they should also temporarily suspend the person having the mental breakdown, and say, hey, if you have some mental health shit going on, you can't be on the platform until you're stable, and then we'll let you back on. You can like give you like a month break or something.
There goes Twitch poll. We all have
that's fine.
Right?
Yeah, that's
100%.
That's a little,
so if
Twitch
Twitch poll, quote unquote, is really just propped up by people making like a spectacle of mental breakdowns, then it shouldn't exist.
I was more memeing on we all have like.
I'm not memeing. I think that is a lot of Twitch bullshit.
I think that
right?
that when it comes down to it,
I think a lot of Twitch discourse is, hey, who's having a mental breakdown this week, and how can we turn that into content?
Yeah, that's gross.
And I respect Prime a lot for not engaging with that shit, because that is something that Prime, like I've brought it up with him before, and he actively refuses to touch that shit.
Good.
Which I think is beautiful.
We like that. But the problem comes in when we try to mandate or we try to advocate for a company to mandate, right? Like,
right back, Chad. I gotta use the restroom.
Considered abuse of someone
it's not
having
that
a mental
difficult.
breakdown.
What?
It is difficult.
Wait, hold on.
Wait.
Twitch mandates. Twitch has a standard of what is violence and what isn't. Was that so difficult?
Or what is just harassment?
Do you think that Twitch
so somebody is
good?
If somebody's verbally harassing another person on stream,
like,
right, with like slurs or insults or whatever, Twitch has a policy that says, hey, if you're harassing another person on our platform, we're gonna ban you from the platform. Why couldn't you accept?
Well, we can see how that's worked out, right? We can see how that's worked out. That Twitch.
I think it typically works out fine.
No, that's not true at all. Twitch's record with toss enforcement is abysmal. It's abysmal. It's people getting banned for the smallest shit, and people getting away with huge shit.
These are the things that you see, right? But Twitch does a lot.
That's the only data we have.
No, okay, no, it isn't.
Twitch.
No, it isn't. You're talking about the stuff that happens within your like sphere. Right, but as there's a Twitter account called like Twitch bans or something, and all day it's putting out people banned from Twitch that you never fucking hear about. Right, and most of these people, I'm sure if you look them up, they deserve to get fucking banned. Right, so
again, you say that like you're sure, but
you say like you're sure that it's not, and you have like no reason to believe that.
Okay. No, the reason I have to believe that is because
do you know Destiny? You know Destiny, right?
I know who Destiny is, but I don't want to talk about Destiny right now.
Okay, well, I want to bring up something that he often says about like the culture of Twitch, as in like the behavior of Twitch streamers is like compared from back then when it was just like the Wild West and like you had like the most profane shit going on being said by people, and like what was acceptable back then was a lot more toxic. Like Twitch has from his experience, from what he says, and I believe him because he's been doing this for a long time, is that like it's been a lot calmer. And
It's
like
been a lot quieter.
That,
banning all those people.
maybe.
Well,
but,
they
like,
moved to
that's
other
a part of
platforms.
that's a part of the enforcement system. And so then like for you to say that like Twitch is like doing a bad job is like I don't really think so.
Well, they're killing their
Like,
website.
one, they've been improving, but like but still like I think like in a way like they've kind of maybe in a way they've been more woke. I don't know.
They're killing their
Can I answer
website.
Doobie's question?
Go ahead.
Okay. Them killing the website has nothing to do with them like having like incentivizing better behavior.
My whole
from
point,
their
and then I'll
streamers.
shut up. Let me get this point out, and then I'll shut up for a
You say
while and
that.
let you guys go with your crazy shit. Okay, and I abuse my mental health live on stream, right? So, what I will say, right, is that when it comes to mandating people's health, who
Rare
gets
Wick
to
funny moment.
decide
That was
where do
good.
we draw these lines? What is considered unhealthy?
It's
and
rare,
what is
but
not?
it happens
Look,
sometimes. It's
I
funny.
consider it a little bit unhealthy. So watching some people come on to a show that
Wick's becoming a
are
funny
perfectly
libertarian.
mentally
Let's go.
stable, but watching them yell at each other, watching the blood pressure rise, all these things cause harm, measurable harm. But for some reason, right, we want to draw the line at bedtimes. We want to institute mandatory Twitch bedtime, right? And I don't know why we are going with this nanny state approach when the solution is clear. If you don't like that kind of content, stop watching it. Starve them from oxygen. That's it. Okay.
Wait, so the
Okay, go
solution?
ahead.
Well,
Go
but
ahead.
that's
we
not
got
going to stop
I would have let in lactoid.
fucking shit.
Whoa. So,
You give me. I react the same way when you start talking to lactoid.
yeah, is that what happens? Doobie. If you have somebody who really enjoys streaming, okay, and they get something out of it, you know, would you agree with me that the most regulation you could argue for that person would be like, okay, you can't be streaming 6 hours, you know, for 6 hour periods per day because we have to have proof that you're sleeping. But if you get tons of enjoyment and like find fulfillment doing this, like it's not harming you to do it the rest of every waking hour. Would you agree with that, Doobie?
What?
So I'm just
'Cause
gonna
I gotta follow up.
because I can say, hey, this person probably has no like social life or whatever. I can be like a pedantic asshole, but I'm not. Okay, sure, right? If they're like getting enjoyment, it's not detrimental to their mental health. It's they're sleeping, they're eating, all this kind of stuff. Sure, fine.
Yeah, great. Or like for like, and plenty of people, including myself, who have full-time jobs on top of what they do on Twitch, or then that's like more like a hobby, and then throwing on other projects that they may be doing, right? All of a sudden their schedule kind of fills up, and maybe they only sleep like 6 or 7 hours a night, right? Or maybe 5 or maybe 4. There's all sorts of everybody has like different circumstances here. I think if you're genuinely concerned about people's health, there's sayings that I'm not sure if it's true. Albert Einstein slept like 4 hours a day. That's just his natural schedule. Some people, I need personally 10 hours, otherwise I feel like shit. Some people need like 5. I've met people
5.
some people need to have 5. Some people have 4. Human beings are just different. Every person is different. Everyone has different biology. Everyone has different mind, how they function, what they need for happiness, what they need for like self-sustaining, all that stuff. I could see an argument at least, for Twitch, if you want to keep this stuff off your platform, monitor it for this kind of stuff on your platform. And if you see somebody having breakdowns, if you see somebody clearly like sleep deprived and like shaking on stream or something, that's when you can look into like, hey, maybe you got to change your behavior because, you're displaying behavior that's dangerous. Like, for example, like, another example would be like, Twitch doesn't have necessarily rules on like showing off firearms on camera, but if you're doing it in a certain way where it's like threatening to the audience, well, that context is taken into account and you can't do that. It just seems like just a blanket limit on, okay, you can only stream this amount per day for everybody, when everybody's different, everyone has different schedules, everyone has different hobbies and interests and baseline health, physical and mental. It's just so paternalistic, right?
I think okay, so I think it's fine to be paternalistic first off. I think
it's and also unreasonable.
Secondly,
would you agree with that?
No,
I don't think it's unreasonable. I don't think it's unreasonable
Okay.
to have like
Right.
restrictions. But I want to ask you, like, so setting aside the hours, length of time streaming, right? If somebody were, we have plenty of cases of this that you've seen, somebody was genuinely having like a mental breakdown on stream. Do you think that Twitch should have some kind of responsibility to shut down that stream at some level? Even if it's somebody reports it to Twitch, says, hey, this person is crying for hours, freaking the fuck out on the stream, have like a manic fucking episode, you need to shut this off because this person is self-harming on your platform. And do you think that Twitch should have a responsibility to shut that down?
I mean, my personal philosophy is that if it's a minor, there may be a responsibility there. But if it's an adult, I don't think there should be a legal responsibility. They may find within their own TOS, we should shut it down because we don't want that on our stream. I think that can be reasonable, right? Like, just thinking ahead here. But I don't think that should be like legally required. Because
now I'm
again,
super
like,
curious.
Because again, like there's people, I'll be honest, like there's people, streamers who perpetually behave as though they're having a mental breakdown, and perpetually
we got a
behave.
couple of them on the panel, yeah.
Yeah, and perpetually behave
Hey,
as though like they're breaking down and having like panic attacks and yelling and all this stuff. But if that's just their personality, I don't know. At what point does it become ableist to say, well, no, you're not like what we define as mentally stable enough to do the thing that you love? It's like, well, fuck, like. I don't know. Like, what if this is the outlet? What if somebody like is better off streaming for their mental health than if they're not? And who are you to make that judgment unless you're their psychiatrist?
Wait, hold on. So first of all, the people who made noises or faces to me saying that we have a couple of those people on the panel right now.
Tyler
you have a guilty conscience. It's you that I'm talking about. Okay, it wasn't, but now it is because you felt guilty about it. So secondly, so now I'm curious, right? Because you said, hey, if these are like adults or whatever, there's no like. They shouldn't have like a responsibility to come in and say, "Hey, you're being bad. You're, embarrassing yourself or whatever." So we can't have you. We can't have you doing this.
Jordy.
Now I'm curious because like, what if it weren't like this person embarrassing themselves? What if this person was like, pushing some like fucking, like ISIS propaganda or something, right? On Twitch's platform.
Yeah, we have worse. We have leftists.
True, actually. like up not straightforwardly advocating for violence, but like getting pretty close to it, right? Just advocating for like an enemy of the US on the platform, for an enemy of the US that goes out and does terrorist attacks. Right? Saying, hey, actually ISIS isn't so bad. Here's a cool merch. Buy your ISIS merch here. Here it is on Twitch's website. Like, do you think that like at some level, they should have some responsibility to come and say, hey, you don't get to use our platform to, even if though you're an adult of sound mind, to advocate for ISIS, right?
Can I interject a real thing that I think everyone would, if they look into it, would be like, no, is problematic. So I was trying to, it's not politics. It's not politics. So I'm sure if you look into it, I think there's like an internet historian video on it too. Wings of Redemption. Jordy Jordan.
Oh yeah, that guy.
This guy has done nothing but mental breakdowns on YouTube over and over. His life is ruined. Well, no, that would be like Nick Avocado or whatever, right?
Oh,
like
that's
that's another example, right? Like there are prime examples of people that the parasocial relationship that they have is clearly unhealthy. Like this dude, Jordy Jordan or Wings of Redemption, like he will do FPS shooters to games he hates while the audience does nothing but shit on him because it's funny to watch him freak the fuck out, but he has no concept of how to make money other than doing that. And so he has nothing but constant mental breakdowns or like arguments with Keemstar again and things like that. So like, what is the platform's responsibility in what is clearly their platform is facilitating the continued mental breakdown, or in Nick Avocado's example, right, the physical breakdown of this person, right? Like, I don't personally see an issue with Twitch or with YouTube or something like that having boundaries that they themselves choose, where they create some form of arbitrary limit. The problem I have is, how do you determine these things, and are they actually like effective at getting rid of these things, or is it just them wasting money trying to chase problems that will just jump to other platforms? And it seems like everyone's ignoring the pragmatic answer about like the legal concerns of ought, should we not, when I think there are extreme examples where I think we could all agree, yeah, this person shouldn't be on fucking Twitch, and yet they are. And how do we like solve that? Because they're clearly having an issue with the platform, or maybe with the length of time that they're streaming.
Yeah, so I don't know what it's like between like large YouTube creators and YouTube themselves, but I know like for Twitch partners, they have their own, like, is it like fair to say Twitch manager, or like their own mod or something?
For not for all partners blanket, for partners that make a certain level of money, then they can get like a
Yeah, okay. So then like it'll be tough to have like, say, like a middle person for most people, because not all of us are like bringing in the big bucks in order for YouTube or Twitch to be like, yeah, we're gonna give you a middle person. But then like for those kinds of issues, I would suspect that like, hey, if you have like personal mental problems, that like, hey, like Twitch and YouTube banning you or like giving you warnings, yeah, it's not going to solve your issue. You have to like go to a doctor or hospitals, psychiatrist, therapist, whatnot. But then like, I know for like a previous example that was brought up, the psychiatrist was aware of this person's streaming on Twitch, and like if there was a way for like these kinds of health professionals to kind of like go through Twitch and be like, hey, I have this patient, and like things like that, you know, like some sort of a report system, then like that might notify Twitch and be like, yeah, you know what, we actually have to do something about this. You know, we looked into it, and there's a problem, and we can't have this on our platform for whatever reason. It could be for health reasons, morally, or it could be for like, hey, we don't want like our advertisers to see that like we have like this thing going on and things like that. Like that's also pretty bad for the company as well. But I still believe that like for personal problems, like we shouldn't shove, and I'm not saying that anybody else here is saying that or wants to do that. We shouldn't shove top-down solutions that could help. Yeah, I'll end it there.
I mean, what would help is making sure no one streams on Twitch, but like security, there's in information security, we always have there's always a balance between usability and security. So you're not going to have a 100% secure network that is usable by the end user. It's just not going to happen. As soon as you introduce the end user, it is now not a 100% secure network. And so
you
like, have hacking. To. Yes, I am. And I'm doing this for a reason. So I'm bringing this analogy. I'm bringing this as an analogy, and I'm trying to explain the analogy. That way it's understood. That way I can go into it.
All right.
Okay, awesome, cool. So you're not going to have a 100% secure network as soon as you introduce the end user. And the more end users you have, the less secure it's going to be. The more usable it is for the end user, the less secure it's going to be. Now, I say that to say this. When you have people streaming on Twitch, it's going to be the same idea. That if you've got one streamer on Twitch, it may not be like it may be like the best thing you can get, because you can moderate it a lot and stuff like that. But the more streamers you introduce, the more stuff that happens on Twitch, the harder it's actually going to be to implement these kinds of ideas and to make sure that it's followed by everyone. And so the idea that Twitch is going to try and like moderate this solution down is asinine. And first off, it's going to kill Twitch, and second off, it's not going to allow the streamers to do what they want to do. You would have a massive move over to YouTube, and anything that anyone suggested tonight would end with a massive switch over to YouTube, and Twitch would be dead. And then YouTube would most certainly not follow Twitch's footsteps to kill their own platform.
We allow people to make decisions that harm them all the time. We accept a certain level of consensual risk taking upon ourselves, like a certain level of self-harm that we allow in society, that we're okay with in society. We allow people to stay up past their bedtimes, right? This is something that we allow to happen in society. And while yes,
Should it
when
happen?
we look at the extreme
Should it happen?
situations, yes,
Nick, I think we don't
no,
care about
H-House,
what is
we
happening.
absolutely
Should it
you should allow
happen?
people to make choices
Martial
that are
law.
detrimental
But
to
your
them.
argument is
You
that
should
it is happening.
absolutely
That's not a
allow
should
people
argument.
to make choices that are detrimental to them. You should allow people that freedom when you come to extreme
Really?
circumstances.
Why not? Why not?
Why do you allow people
There
to
are
make
other
detrimental
societies.
choices?
There are other societies which do have more stringent restrictions.
Okay,
So-
I cannot
Acceptable.
speak for tyranny, right? I cannot speak for places that have like
and then you call it
authoritarianism.
tyranny.
Okay, that's fine,
That's just
right?
an ad hoc.
But when it comes
That's
to
not
let's
an argument.
stop. Let me finish my fucking point, right? We allow people
Your point
to
is
accept
asinine.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
that we
Wait,
allow
wait,
people
wait,
to
wait.
that we allow people to accept certain levels of self-harm that they get to choose for themselves. And the reason we do that, right, is because we accept that people are individual actors that are capable of making decisions when they're adults. Now, that is not to say that we do not put limits on extreme cases, things. We don't allow people to do things such as like drink and drive. When a company wants people to work in a dangerous environment, we require that company to provide certain levels of protection for these people who work. Proper PPE, we have OSHA, we have other organizations that help to enforce these things. What we're advocating for with Twitch, right? And what the argument is what level should we allow Twitch streamers to accept risk upon their health? And I think it's absolutely okay for Twitch streamers who choose to
We
stream
are
for
not.
24 hours a day.
Okay. We are not arguing like what is a universal standard for every single issue that pertains to a streamer's health. We're simply like it's just one thing, and that's streaming for excessive amounts of hours. And like, you know what? I'll be fair and honest, and I would hope everybody else is. Does anybody actually know what are like the health risks to staying up for 24 hours?
Minimal.
Anybody?
They're minimal given
It's
they're,
minimal.
They're minimal given that you don't do it over and over and over again. They're minimal.
You elaborate?
As long as you're
Well,
not
I mean, if
doing it
you're doing-
every week, right? As long as you're doing it like once a month or once
Like,
every couple months.
when you're
yeah.
when you're doing it in such a way that it doesn't disrupt your circadian rhythms, right? Like then just doing
Okay.
it once is going to have some minimal impact.
Wait, I'm pretty sure
But, like,
doing
if
it
you're
once
doing it-
already disrupts your circadian rhythm.
Yes, but if you do it regularly over and over again, you're going to have compounding
Okay.
issues.
All right. So then follow-up question. If streamers are doing that for the sake of streaming, does Twitch have any responsibility to stop that?
No.
What? Even though you guys say that like it is dangerous upon like you doing it over and over again, you still say Twitch has no responsibility.
There's plenty of things that are dangerous, right? But hear me out. Let me see if I can give something that everybody could agree would be a positive step forward that wouldn't cost Twitch a ton of money, right? Twitch launches an ad campaign saying that they care about the Twitch streamers. And what they're going to do is they're going to add just one more button when you report somebody. And you can report somebody for a suspected mental health breakdown or issues that you want them to get help. And what happens is if you get enough reports, Twitch automates and sends you like a link based off of your IP address, where you're streaming from, like a link to local resources if you so want help. And if you get enough, just like anybody that's reported for anything, there's a manual review that is triggered. And there's a small number of staff that specialize in mental health care that can contact you, and instead of banning you, have just a couple of people on payroll. Their job is to be like, hey, you've gotten a ton of reports. We looked at your content. Like, are you having issues? Do you want to talk to someone? We can connect you with resources. Then they go and they put out ads saying, we care about our streamers. We want to make sure that people are happy and healthy in this platform. And this is the thing that we do. And if you come here, we want to let you know that we care about it. They get positive ad. They get a draw from people. They're like, oh, Twitch does give a fuck. Out of the millions and millions that they're making, they have a couple of people on staff, like maybe 10 people that are making $80K a year, right? It's not even $1 million fucking dollars to have, you know, maybe not even them, maybe like 3 or 4, and then other people that are like life coaches or experts that can like elevate however they want to figure it out, so that they can make some money or take a very small amount in the red, and they can actively let people know that. Because I think the issue is that we're trying to find this objective metric whilst also recognizing that there are people with mental health issues on this platform. There are people that are destroying their lives. And like the two can't be bridged because there's no top-down policy of what is excessive, because every person is different. Like Destiny, when he was on Twitch, did 10-hour streams all the fucking time. But whenever he was losing a debate to me, he would get up and go fucking make food, and then he would come back, you know, and like fucking not do anything for 30 minutes and let the stream be its own form of content. Whereas some people are super active and like they can only do 3 or 4 hours before they're swamped. They're fucking done. So like maybe that's something we could talk about.
I agree. That's a really good solution.
Yeah, one solution I think that I would be okay with, right? Instead of using the stick and forbidding after a certain time, Twitch does what they do with ad revenue. If you have so much ads, if you play so many ads, right, during an hour, you'll get an extra bonus money. So what if they decided, hey, we really care about these streamers' health, so we're going to incentivize people to stream less. So if you only stream 8 hours a day, you get access to a better cut. Like instead of a 50-50 cut, you get a 60-40 cut. That's the kind of things I would like to see companies do, right, to incentivize healthy behavior, rather than punish people for choosing not to engage in those behaviors.
Or
substantive difference here.
Or you incentivize sleeping on stream. So if you are going to stream for a long time, the period of time that you are sleeping, these subs are actually worth more money than when you're awake. Okay, so Twitch incentivizes you to sleep.
Just created a new hot tub meta of hot girls in yoga pants showing their ass sleeping on stream. That's all you've done is create a sleeping stream meta of fat asses and yoga pants and teenagers like, please wake up and notice me.
Sprouticus, he's a dreamer, right?
I dropped my crown. Big. Pick it up for me, please. I'm a king.
Let's go to Doobie.
Hi. So I'm trying to figure out like where the lines are for you guys, right? Because so far it seems like you don't have very many at all. So I'm wondering, right? So it seems like you guys don't really care about like people's mental health and how it might be affected by.
I gave a great.
No, Scott, not you. Scott, I think that you do, right? But some of the other people here, I think, pretty evidently don't. But so Wick, for example, if somebody was just like cutting themselves on stream, you think Twitch would have a responsibility to shut that down?
Yes. I think mental health harm is substantively different than physical harm. Both are dangerous. Both can be very, very harmful. But I think it's easier to measure physical harm than it is to mental health harm, right? Like what can look like mental health breakdowns, or in some cases just how people act and are. And when we
was like not sleeping, not a physical harm.
No, hold on. I'm getting away from like
let Doobie get to
like if we just use the Wings of Redemption thing that Scott brought up, right, which I think is a great example of a guy whose community is basically just a bunch of people trying to push him to the edge, trying to hurt him nonstop anytime he's on stream, right? So this person, it's not that it's not evident that this is like an unhealthy relationship that he has with his community, that when he's streaming and his community is intentionally trying to piss him off by either like a stream sniping him in the games or posting in chat about how ugly and fat and disgusting he is and all this kind of shit. You're telling me that this isn't like pretty evidently harmful to him, to the platform even, and that there shouldn't be some responsibility on Twitch then to say, hey, you don't get to self-harm on the platform, even if it's mental self-harm. You don't get to do it on our platform. Right? So if I don't understand why you would say, hey, this guy actually needs to take a fucking knife to his forearm, start cutting himself before they step in.
Okay, so again, I'm not too familiar with Wings of Redemption, but in the specific examples you provide, has Twitch not provided him moderation tools? Has Twitch not provided him
He's
the
on
tools
YouTube.
to solve this problem? YouTube.
Well,
fair
hold
enough.
on, but he's on.
YouTube
But he's
has
He's been on
provided
Twitch
him
before.
these
He's been banned.
tools, right? Where if he feels
He's been
being
banned off
abused-
of Twitch for being wild because like he loses his shit.
Sure.
Yeah.
But this, how much of it is play acting?
But like,
I
okay,
don't
but wait.
know.
That person we're both thinking about. I think Lactoid and you are thinking about different people, but I think I know both
maybe.
the people that you're thinking about.
Okay.
Right? But I think I know who you're thinking about, and I think it's the same person that I was initially thinking about. But this person, I think, was pretty clearly like in the middle of some kind of like mental crisis for weeks. Like, you're really telling me that they would need to like actually open up their skin on stream for Twitch to step in? Like, plenty of people were actually messaging Twitch on Twitter saying, "Hey, Twitch, this person needs help. They need to be off the platform." Twitch didn't respond, didn't do anything about it.
Yeah, and I think that Twitch shouldn't have done anything about it, right? I think that, like, I think when you say I don't care about mental health, that's not true. I think that I also care about people's freedom to choose, right? And to choose to be in a space. Like, what other things should we
But if you're mentally ill, like, is that like...
What should we limit mentally ill people from doing? Like, obviously there are certain things I think we're all okay with limiting them, but when it comes to streaming, right? When it comes to simply turning on a camera, playing games, engaging in political discourse, engaging in panels and things like that, should we not allow mentally ill people to participate because they might be harmed more?
Personally, I would say
in which
yes.
mental illness?
I think when it becomes evident that their mental state is like not what's the word I'm looking for. They're like is not stable, not healthy, whatever. And the platform or their activity on the platform is contributing to the instability or making it worse. Then yeah, I think we should say, hey, sorry, you can't be on here. And there have been times on Prime stream where we've had some of these people come on and have full-on fucking mental breakdowns, and they should just not be on the. They just
Prime
can't.
removes them. Prime removes them. From
Yeah, and I love
has
that.
the tool.
But if this
Wait. Do you think Prime shouldn't do that?
Again, I think he should, but he is not Twitch.
He should.
He is not enforcing it on a
why
platform
is
like
Prime
that.
able to do that, but you disagree?
You do
when
not
Twitch
see the
does that?
difference between kicking someone out of your house versus kicking someone out of a country.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
But
small
I wanted to
area
what if
versus a larger
Prime
area.
Prime
Do you not
removes one of these
understand
people?
this
Alright.
comparison?
So Prime removes one of these people, and they go into their own
I think you're taking the
stream.
comparison way too far.
Hold on. So Prime removes one of these people, and they go into their own stream, and they're like fucking crying into their bed sheet for like 8 hours straight or something. You really think that like it wouldn't be reasonable for Twitch to say, "Hey, yeah, this isn't healthy. You can't do this."
To
Like,
force
I think
them not
it's-
to stream. I think it is.
So we're taking examples, right? And this is why I offered a voluntary solution to get people help as opposed to banning off of the platform. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, Twitch is going to do what it's going to do, but the problem is that we're taking examples of extreme things that like it's very easy to agree with. The other problem is, do I trust Twitch to determine individuals that are mentally healthy and whether or not they should be removed off of the platform? The same people that have a harmful misinformation policy that's informed by leftist activist fucking organizations, right? The fact of the matter is that if we allow Twitch, or we like accept that Twitch should kick people off because of mental issues, then what we're going to have this situation where individuals that are not involved in psychotherapy, that aren't in your life, that aren't in a psychotherapy, like in talk therapy with this person, are going to be determining that certain views and certain people are too crazy or not mentally fit to be here. And it's just going to be another tool of censorship. This is why I offered, and
right.
This is why
VTubers
I offered.
are a sign of mental illness, is what will be decided, and VTubers will be kicked off.
This is why I offer instead that the report feature have something that says this person's having a mental breakdown. Let's give them access to resources, and also kind of like a warning, like, hey, dude, your own viewers are saying that, like, you know, you might be having a fucking mental breakdown. Maybe you should talk to somebody, and an impetus that there might be a problem. And if it's severe enough, a form of manual review where someone steps in and says, like, hey, man, like, it seems like you're having a problem. You should talk to someone. We want you to talk to somebody. We care about you talking to somebody. Here's a way to do that. Hell, I'd even be okay with all of us fucking like taking an incredibly small amount of like some fund that like helps people access these resources as a form of charity. Like I don't care what Twitch does in that regard because I think it would be helpful to the platform as a whole. But if we're talking about banning people and giving Twitch that more impetus and onus to ban people because of a presumed responsibility about mental health issues, you're going to talk about more flight from the platform and more of an impetus for more censorship, more echo chambers, and more issues.
And what about the mental health of the people who are banned from these things? Like, right? They're mentally unstable. This is their form of cope,
what's not
right?
Twitch's problem anymore, right? Like,
yeah,
we're
and
good.
when they are removed
hold
from this
on.
ability to cope,
Do you think
you are
that Twitch
doing
should
something,
be
you're
a
doing
mental
harm
coping
to them.
mechanism? Do you think Twitch streaming should be a mental mechanism for people who have mental issues?
Should it? No. Is it? Yes.
Oh, okay. So then what are you doing
Some
to make sure
people
that it's
have
not?
built,
What are you
especially-
going to do
Yes.
to make sure
during
that
the
it's
Jay
not?
Chow.
pandemic.
Jay
What
Chow,
are you going to do to make sure that it's not?
Some people have a disorder known as social anxiety, right? Or generalized anxiety disorder.
I'm very aware.
And so, right. So if you have social anxiety, it very well may be true that there is a protective factor by not being in the room with someone and not physically speaking to them, but maybe as a form of therapy, it is actually beneficial for you to speak to people, but to do so with that protective factor where you have the ability to immediately in the stream, you're talking through a chat system. This might actually be someone that has mental health issues, uses this in a positive way. Again, this is the problem with blanket bans, is that it doesn't catch the gray areas.
Okay,
So,
go
I mean-
ahead. Sorry, left with that.
Hold on. Okay.
And
So
then,
maybe,
we'll go to
maybe when Doobie
Spartacus.
and I are like bringing mental health, okay, we're not like being too specific enough. Like we're talking about like obviously the problem of like, hey, we have social anxiety, and like is social anxiety even like considered a mental health issue?
Yes, it is.
Socialized anxiety disorder, yes.
Mhm.
It's an anxiety
You're-
disorder.
You were advocating for
I was
banning
actually
people with
diagnosed
social
Okay,
anxiety
okay. You
disorder.
know what? Today
Really?
I learned.
She's-
Today I learned.
She's
Okay.
soft.
Okay,
let's
so
go
then
to-
like obviously I think Doobie and I, maybe we weren't clear enough, but like Doobie and I are probably referring to like the kind of people who are like screaming and hitting themselves and like maybe even cutting themselves or like talking about like how like them streaming is making them like suicidal or whatnot. Like this is not a coping mechanism for them. And
But
like
JJ,
they will
you
say,
just-
and they will tell you, they will gaslight you and their audience and say that like, no, I need this in my life because like
Cool.
it's my only form of, like connection.
Cool,
with
but you
people,
just proved
okay?
you just proved that you're not a psychotherapist. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and that there is a lot of gray areas in these things. And I'm
Dude, are
pointing
you a
out
fucking
some of those.
psychotherapist?
I went to grad school for counseling. I just didn't finish my internship. But regardless,
Yo, that's crazy.
but regardless, what I'm saying is there are gray areas, there are issues, and this is some of the unintended consequences that could hurt the platform or just simply not be helpful to certain people. And this is why voluntary systems and giving options to people help.
Isn't there
Yes.
like always a sliver of a population that are like negatively affected by like some law but that benefits like the majority of society? Like I do not think we should
Congratulations,
allow
you just
that
discovered
reason
voluntarism.
to dissuade us from top-down solutions. And like, while there may be cracks, it's like,
Unintended
we
consequences and
could
things you don't know
also-
about,
and,
like
like,
we're
Well,
doing
you have
top-down
one that
solutions
only
that work.
hits a minority population. It's cool, right? Because it benefits the whole.
Then if you want to change my mind, then if you want to change my mind, then inform me, dumbass.
Lactoid, and then
I just did.
Spartacus.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
You just told me that I don't know shit.
Lactoid.
Okay. So Doobie, I here's a general summary of my thoughts here.
Yo,
I don't
the
think you should be able to
Spurg is
advertise
strong
prices
with this one.
on Twitch, and the reason is because Twitch is disproportionately made up of children, and I think that there is an argument there to limit the content that children consume. So I could see an argument for legally limiting what Twitch can do or what Twitch allows. There's some responsibility there in preventing Twitch from, allowing people to stream suicide or cutting or, ISIS videos or, that kind of stuff. Designated terrorist organizations, military footage. I can see all that. But absent that, I don't think Twitch should ever be acting within the paternalistic sense towards adults at all. So unless there's like a kind of reasonable line to draw between streamers staying up too late and the mental health of the children watching the stream, unless you can draw that line for me, I just don't think that should be a rule, because at the end of the day, it's not Twitch's responsibility to parent you. And I don't think that they have a responsibility legally or even morally. All right. If I want to do something, if I want, to be honest with you, if someone wants to have a public freak out on stream, I don't think that should be, Twitch should be restricted from allowing that. Because again, right. Unless you can like demonstrate some connection to that and like the harm that comes to children, because, protecting children makes sense. But paternalizing adults, I think is wrong.
So a lot of people are saying are saying a lot about restricting like mental health breakouts and stuff like that. I'm just wondering that would Amouranth's video fall within your this is going to be banned off Twitch. Twitch shouldn't allow this. Because if so, how is Amouranth supposed to get what's actually going on out there? Is she just supposed to tweet out stuff and like tweet out like screenshots of phone, or how is Amouranth supposed to provide her side of the story? Because there are parts in Twitch to where you are upset. This is an upsetting matter for you. This isn't something that's like just that you're just kind of it's all okay. It's actually upsetting, but you need to let your fans know what's going on because you're consistently being lied about. So, to the people that are saying like, restrict mental health, would that include like what Amouranth's stream was when she was calling out the fact that she was being abused? Which, ask any abuse victim, it's going to be extremely emotional to call out someone who's abusing you.
Well, I think the initial stream, no, but if she went like day after day having like 5-hour-long streams of her husband screaming at her, and while she's having like a fucking breakdown, I don't think that should be allowed on the platform.
Chow?
Good answer. I'll stick with it.
Is it because it's because of the effect on the audience, or is it because you're genuinely concerned about Amouranth's, or is it a mix of both?
Both.
Both, for sure. Like and
like
how
even if it was a
person and like hold on, and even if it was a person who had like 0 viewers, like I still would be concerned about that streamer.
And how would this be
Like,
put into
You
policy?
can be concerned.
Is it the first stream? The first stream you're crying and upset about it, and the first stream it happens, it's okay. But any subsequent streams, it's no longer okay. How exactly is this planned to put into policy to where it's actually enforceable?
I don't think somebody crying. I don't think somebody crying on equals they're having a mental health like breakdown.
Amouranth clearly was.
Let me try
How are you
to
going to figure that
add
out?
to you, Spartacus. Let me try to add to that. Right? What if this a rape victim, right? As someone who has survived sexual assault, and what their stream is about is talking about that, right? Like for the benefit of others. But like in the process of doing so, they regularly get upset, because they're thinking of the trauma that they suffered, right? So they're going through like a PTSD experience. But the point of this stream is to talk about that trauma. And then maybe invite other people who want to share their trauma as well. Should Twitch allow that?
In my opinion, yes.
Yeah, I think yes, 100%.
I don't think we should ban Dr. K. Roger. You know what I mean?
GB,
Like,
sorry.
I think I would say it should be. I don't think, because I think it's like if you just have like random ass people doing it, right? They're like survivors or whatever, but they're just random ass people. Who's to say that the way that they're presenting, what happened to them or how to deal with what happened to them is like healthy for them and for the audience. It's going to be learning from these streams or attempting to learn from these streams. I think when you're dealing with something like that, you need to have like professionals involved at some level. And Dr. K, I think the issue with him is that there is like a perverse incentive when it comes to Dr. K to like pull out the drama, right? Because it makes for a good stream, because he wants subscriptions, because he wants eyes on the platform. And if you're like using other people's trauma to build an audience, I think that's pretty fucked.
But what about when you use your own, right? When it's your trauma that you're going through, you want to tell your story, you want to share your experience, you want to educate people on what's helped you or what's hurt you, right? I don't think Twitch, right, should be able to stop you from telling your story. Should be able to ban you if you decide.
Well, what about
to tell your
ISIS's story, man? What about ISIS's story? They got
Well,
something
what if-
to say
I don't
about
think
that.
ISIS stuff should be banned on
Dubi,
this
Dubi,
platform.
if
So
somebody
what?
said-
So
Dubi,
wait. What if?
No,
What
that's-
if?
this
so-
is crazy.
Based,
So what if I went
based,
through? What if I went through a part?
wick.
I did not expect
What
that.
if I went through like a part of my life where I was extremely suicidal, right? And so then like suicide becomes like an extremely important issue to me, right? And so I have a stream talking about like how when I was suicidal, like what helped. And obviously it's going to be an emotional topic for me. And then I'm also providing like suicide hotlines, right? So it is extremely helpful to the people that are watching that are experiencing like suicidal tendencies. So
Well, I'll do you a step better.
Okay,
with
do you
data,
a step
right?
better.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
When asked in surveys, like self-report surveys, like when they've had a positive general life satisfaction survey after kind of overcoming suicidality, the most popular answer to why someone didn't actually go through with the suicide attempt or why they weren't like very serious about it was that they had someone else that they felt depended on them. And so like it's usually a pet, like a dog that they need to walk because the dog also gets some vitamin D, gets them out of the house. But if they have like a parent or a grandparent or a sister, someone that they feel depends upon them, it is entirely possible that there are people out there right now on the platform who are suicidal that may have occasional mental breakdowns or hide it. And the reason that they don't kill themselves is that they feel that they have a limited community on Twitch that like they engage with, that they feel needs them in some capacity. And that's a reason that they go, well, you know what? I'm thinking about killing myself, but I'm going to stream tonight. I'm going to talk about this thing. It's that
Social
one day at a
relationships.
time.
Social
Right.
relationships.
So
are
you
super
actually
important.
could, this is the unintended consequences issue, is that you actually could end up having people that commit suicide as a causal action to the fact that you banned them off of Twitch because of their mental health breakdown. When instead, what we should be doing is instead of creating these arbitrary things for banning because we think, or some moderation staff or somebody presumably thinks they're having mental health breakdown, what they should be doing is they should be offering services to these people to prove that they do indeed care, to make the platform a better place, but not to like have these unintended consequences and push people off platform.
And let's just real quick, let's talk about the weaponization that happens on Twitch with these things. Like when you make this a bannable offense, suddenly you're incentivizing groups of people to actually advocate and try to get people to make a mental breakdown on stream so they can back support and break them down. This happens. Well, I'll tell you
And
a
then
story that
talk
happened
shit
recently.
while they can't respond.
Someone.
Wait, this applies to literally
let me
everything
finish
on the-
my story. It's
right?
important, and then you can
This
respond.
does not
So
literally
one
apply to
man,
everything on
there's
the
a man who was
TOS.
called a slur, right? There's a man who was called a slur, and everyone laughed that he got called this slur and things like that. And he found out, he watched this happen, right? A bunch of people call him this slur, and live, on their little voice call, right? And then he, angry about this, he was on his live stream talking about how these people called him a slur. He made the mistake of using the slur on Steam. So those same people who called him a slur reported him for using that slur and got him banned. This is how this shit is weaponized on Twitch right now. This is happening right now.
Yeah.
So when you make
It's like
mental
streamers
health
gotta be careful
breakdowns,
about what they
when you
say.
make mental health breakdowns a bannable offense, suddenly they have a new weapon in their belt that they are going to use, and they are going to try to get people who are susceptible to mental health breakdowns to break down so that they can ban them.
But wait,
Because
you
it's
also
funny.
believe that ISIS streaming
I do.
shouldn't be like a bannable offense as well. Like I literally have no idea what kind of.
I understand you don't
You have like
understand it,
no
and
limits.
that's
So like
fine.
literally this.
What do you think?
literally,
That's
like,
not
I already
responding to
told
his
you.
argument,
And you'll
kid.
be like, you know
Like-
what? That's fine. Okay,
I already
so
told
like,
you the limits I have.
everything under the sky
I've
is
already told you
acceptable for
limits.
you. Okay.
If someone is cutting themselves or like shooting themselves
Is
or
that-
something on stream,
Is
I'm
that
not
really
okay
your?
with that.
Is that really your argument? Is to say I can't deal with the argument you just gave, so I'm going to say you have no limit as a means to meme and make fun of you? Like, what a bitch move!
You literally can't.
What-
You literally
like.
Please, if everything is acceptable to a person, and there's absolutely no way of convincing them otherwise, correct?
What?
What? Okay.
You said if someone is susceptible
fine,
and
it's
there's
fine,
you
it's fine.
cut out
Babe,
literally
Scott, do not go into this meta conversation. Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Well, what meta conversation are you bringing up? What are you talking about?
Sure. Okay.
The one that
I
you're
think
bringing
okay. All right. I don't know.
How you pivoted like a bitch.
I don't know. Anyone knows what anyone's talking about at that point. Okay. So thanks for that. This was interesting. Hey everyone. We are going to continue on to a walk on panel. We still have content after this, and I think we'll some people will want to comment on the topic.
No problem, guys. Go to bed. You've been streaming too long. Go to bed.
It's true. It's true. I have been.
How long
That's
have you
good.
been streaming?
Your Twitch bedtime's coming up.
4 hours. I've been streaming
Yeah,
4
you're
hours.
fine. My God.
But yeah. So anyway, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right now. If you're in the audience, right, we still have more content for you. If you're new, hit that follow button. We love to have you. We do this all the time. Yeah. So, but actually, maybe I'll just DM you. I'll just do a DM. But anyway, hit us up on social media: Twitter, Discord, TikTok, and YouTube is where you can find the VODs. Like, comment, and subscribe. We'd love to have you. Okay. So yeah, if you've just found this channel, hit that follow button. We're happy to you'll find more of this here, which is I'm not sure if that's a good thing, right? Maybe we should have a mental health review of this channel, I think. So we're gonna give an outro to all our great individuals here, but then we'll have more content. We'll have an open panel after this. So Lactoid, thank you for stopping by and like continuing your streak as incidentally
I believe you. I believe in you.
The sober and calm
You got
individual
this.
here.
I support your mental health. You can get through it.
Lactoid, yeah, thank you for being you as usual, and not like descending to madness with the rest of us.
Yeah, man. I got something to admit. I only got 4 hours of sleep last night, and if you factor in how much I've been working, combined with the streaming, it's well over 12 hours. I do ask that Twitch not ban me. I don't think Twitch should legally have to ban.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll do the responsible thing.
Oh. Very, very nice. So.
Very nice.
Twitch should please don't ban me, Twitch or Prime. Thank you. Because ultimately, I don't think that these platforms should serve as someone's psychologist, psychiatrist, or their parental figure. There likely is some responsibility to protect children from content in the same way we can't broadcast porn on Twitch. I think that's probably a good idea. Although, there's arguments about what constitutes porn in this fucking, maybe even regarding this fucking topic. But regardless, there's certain things in which we just can't show, not necessarily because we're super concerned about like the porn stars, whether or not what they're doing is good for their mental health, or, if that industry is, even something that anyone should be involved in, because we don't want children looking at that. So that's generally I guess the synopsis of my point. I thought it was a lot of good points as usual. If you liked what I had to say, you can find me on Anti-Communism United, Discord and Twitch. Thank you everybody who talked to me. You guys were all really cool. Doobie, I thought you had some interesting points when it came to, what even counts as self-harm, right? And then the counterpoints to that of, what happens if you fuck up and you try to stop the self-harm, but you do something worse. I thought those counterpoints were also really interesting. So, no, thank you everybody.
Okay. Thank you so much, right? And no, I don't want Twitch to ban adult material, right? The masochistic feelings I get when Scott comes on and he lectures me on economics, right? Like that drives me. That's why I always have him here, All right, Scott, please give me more, please.
So today on Prime Kai's panel that should be titled Chest Day, we learned that the people that are millionaires as voice actors are also part of the proletariat, so long as they fight against the more money having millionaire capitalist class. And we learned that Amouranth is an Amouranth, and that J Child really doesn't want us to stay up past our bedtime. I am Fabian Liberty. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're a duo stream. You should check us out. You can find us Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere. Tomorrow we'll be talking to Transition Radio, so they can take me to task in certain ways. We'll see how that goes. And Friday, Doobie, Carrie Smith, Horror Amarada, we're going to get together and we're going to talk about the Satanic Panic and things like that on the lead up towards the end of this wonderful month of October of girls in yoga pants and pumpkin spice and scary things. Had a blast.
Thank you so much. Thank you some more. Thank you so much. Excuse me, Scott, for all of it. We'll go to our friend Wick. Wick, thank you for being here. Right? Look, if I didn't have like bald white man on my shade too, again, like where am I supposed to get my jollies? Right? So, thank you for being here, friend.
Thank you for inviting me. I really appreciate it. Yeah, gang. My name is Wick. You can find me at twitch.tv/deathofcertainty. All one word, no spaces or anything like that. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to do my open call-in show. Get it off your chest, where you, yes, you, can call in and tell me why you hate what I've said, or you like what I've said, or why I'm totally wrong, or whatever, right? Cause me to have a mental breakdown if you can, right? It's like a challenge. But at the end of the day, we look at these things, and we talk about censorship, and we have to remember this is a weapon of bullies. It's a weapon of people who want to bully certain ideas and certain people off of a platform that they don't like. Now, some cases, right, when it comes to like things like people actually harming themselves or child pornography and things like that, okay. But for almost all cases, right, this is not something that we should put in the hands of corporations or governments. That we should, if we do not like content, simply advocate against it, but not try to get it to be shut down by using the tools of oppressors, right? Because it is a tool of oppression. That's me, twitch.tv/deathofcertainty. Come through, gang. It's a great fun time. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. Call in, see what you have to say.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right, next we'll go to our friend Jay Chow. Jay Chow, we don't have you here often, but I always enjoy having around, friend. And I've missed you.
I don't think anybody else enjoys having me on. It's only you,
man.
Oh,
there's not their channel, so fuck them, right? I'm the only one that matters here, as in life in general.
Well, tonight.
So, thank you, buddy.
Tonight he was in.
So a couple of key takeaways.
Special.
Okay, like don't excessively drink like alcohol or like even sugary drinks. Like diabetes is an issue. Okay, don't like excessively smoke. Okay, lung cancer, like whatnot. Don't like constantly go into like sleep deprivation. Streaming is not worth it. Maybe like if you do it once in a while, that's okay, but like it's not healthy. It's self-harm. I think so. And I think like, for people who are saying that like government policy is like the tool of oppressor, like you're kind of just you're shoving everything that is like systematic policy wise, every single law that like structure society.
For people, you mean the guy who just gave his closing statement that you
it's all tyranny
trying to shit on?
It's not. Like there are ethical ways of implementing these kinds of policies, and I understand that like it's not perfect because that's just reality. Not all policy is perfect, and the reason why. And like just the policy side of it is just one way of like implementing a solution, and I don't think it's the only way of implementing a solution. But I don't think it should be shoved under the rug just because like it's being called tyrannical or just because it's not perfect. Like, and especially for something like when the market forces cannot solve a particular solution, then what is an option? What may be needed is top-down intervention, and I think that is a valuable tool. I'm Jay Chow. I study political science. That's maybe why I think this kind of way, top down, is like one way of doing things, which is of course different than what Lactoy, who studied the same thing, and he thinks differently, or has like a different angle at things. You can find me on twitch.tv/jchildlife.
Okay. All right, so
I already
let's
told Jay
go
Child
to
it's
our
his
friend
bedtime.
Sprouticus, as always. I always love having you here. You're a fun guy, and I think you add a lot to this panel. So please.
I appreciate being here. You can find me at Sprouticus on Twitch and Twitter. For the first topic, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna cry about someone getting $250 an hour after they didn't voice act for 8 years. It's not something I'm really gonna cry about. But for the second topic, I think that is important for us to be able to share what is deepest down within us, and to create that emotional connection with other people, even if it is sharing something that was very traumatic that happened to you, and even if it is for the benefit of other people, so that way they know that they're not alone and they have someone they can talk to if need be. I think that's important, and I think that if I'm against banning people for mental breakdowns, but if we are going to ban mental breakdowns, it has to be like a repeated behavior, to where that's about all they do is they go on and have mental breakdown, and it's over absolutely nothing. But again, that's so non-enforceable of a rule that I don't think that should be a rule at all. So I think that in the order of keeping it to where people are able to share traumatic experiences that they have, and be able to try and make that connection and kind of say, hey, you're not alone, I've been there too, to make sure that is still available on Twitch, is to make sure that people aren't banned for that. And if you want to stream for 24 hours, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And last but not least, we have our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie. Doobie, this was really great. I didn't know, because again, I'm completely disconnected from social media. I didn't even know about the Amouranth thing until Doobie told me. So I thank you, Doobie, for kindly informing me. Or else I would have learned on stream when everyone else, like, oh, what's happening? But Doobie, it was the interesting topic. And I think a really good labor topic. I love like being able to relate these things back to something real life, rather than just like focusing on trauma, personal trauma, like on political trauma. So talking about labor issues, I think, is always a good time. All right, that's what gets me off. Right, another one of my fetishes. So thank you so much, DB.
Yeah, no problem. I'm Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord. Discord.gg/politics. We had Martin Shkreli on this past weekend. I think we've got somebody this weekend. I can't remember. We do all kinds of crazy shit.
Hey,
the best and biggest politics server on the
alone.
platform. You will find me there, and also on Scott's stream on Friday. It should be a good time.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, my man Wick, for being so kind. Thanks for Prime Gaming sub. You're a great guy, and I always appreciate your support. You know, doesn't matter what the differences are. Like, you've always been great to me, and I want you to know I always appreciate that. All right. So, thanks so much, everyone. We will continue on with Welcome Panel right after this. We're all members like you guys, you sitting at home and participate. So stick around for that. Anyone here can join us. We'd love to have you. All right. But if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion. My community, I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Sprout, if you're ever having a mental breakdown, I want to let you know that I'm here for you.
Okay.
Even if Twitch isn't, okay?
You would be the first person I'd talk to,
I will
Scott.
report the shit out of you. I'm just kidding.
You'll be the first person I'd talk to, Scott. I'll give you a Discord call first. Before I talk to my wife, before I talk to anybody else, you're the first person I'm going to contact.
You got it.
All right.
And don't tell her that shit, all right? She don't want to see no weak man. Keep that shit to
Go
yourself.
to a doctor. What?
I have a psychiatrist and a therapist.
Wait,
Sometimes that's just not enough,
Maybe
okay?
technically I'm a doctor, technically.
Shut the fuck up, Esquire.
Hey,
What?
it's a doctorate.
You have a JD.
Yeah, Juris Doctorate.
No lawyer calls themselves a doctor.
Well, they could, theoretically.
They don't for a reason.
Sounds like somebody's jealous.
Okay. Yeah.
Blackboy, just
today
go for
was
a
fun
PhD.
day.
I like Esquire. Esquire's pretty cool, too.
Esquire's
is
pretty
cool.
dope. Yeah, Esquire's pretty dope.
Yeah.
I'll
Never
stay
liked
on for the open.
Not
a
that,
little
but
bit,
officer of
I
the
gotta
court.
pee. I'll be back.
Officer of the court. that sounds like you have more power than you actually do. So sounds good.
Well,
Yeah, I
deuces,
consider-
ladies
I
and
consider
gentlemen.
perks for being a officer.
You just watched a clip from our Twitch channel, Fabian Liberty. If you like content like this, please like and subscribe here on YouTube, or go ahead and give us a follow on twitch.tv/Fabian Liberty.